Okay, hello, we are live. I've been watching Dean's and it's very interesting indeed. But we said we were going to do this tonight, so we're doing it for posterity, if nothing else. Again, it's like a landscaping, landmarking thing for me. It's when these landmark things happen. Hello, Vic.
What's up? How's it
Um,
going?
all right. We don't do this. We haven't done this up to now, but we were told that this has happened, and I thought it might be worth us, for landmark purposes, to at least acknowledge the point at which they've broken to the point where they're going to reach you out of retirement and, and call you a pedo. Because that's how far they've come. That's how far they've dropped.
That, I mean, that's just the most basic shit. Like, I'm disappointed that not only that they did that, but that it took them this long to think of it. Like, it doesn't work anymore.
They never
do this at the beginning.
Before. I think that's what it is. They never needed to. That's the point, isn't it? Like, because they are pumping out the shit. It's like daily. You've got two streams. They want to do 2 streams each fucking day. So they're trying to come up with shit. And it's like, then the more they get these plastic, fantastic people in, they're going to have to give them something. Aren't they? You have to give them something.
It doesn't bother me.
They have to come up with some bullshit. They have to come up with something. So they've reached pedo level.
Well, that's the standard move. They
called me pedo ages
It's not just them. It's not just them. Every streamer that I follow has that accusation. Like that's what they go to. That's the.
I know, but those guys doing it.
It's the first thing they go to.
And it's just, for me, it's like, how much of a cliche do you want to be? You're literally on there, clawing and crying and gnashing your teeth every night over fake bullshit. You're clearly running out of material, and now you're going to go and get some random person that these people have never heard of and be like, oh, this person, the people who are lapping that shit up, right, even for fake drama and shit, that is low quality, and I am interested in those people.
I would suggest... I would suggest some other streamers for them to watch that.
If they're interested in contrived, repetitive, shallow drama about people you've never heard of, there are far better versions of it than that. Better. So I am very interested in the sort of parasocial cultish version.
Even Kino Casino would be better.
There's just millions of them, and so it's just, I don't know. There's some unique selling point with that. That attracts those particular types of people, and that's the thing I've always been interested in. Like years and years ago, I think it was Justy I was telling. It was years ago. I used to say I wanted to do a documentary about people who did pay to play. I mean, back in the day when it was a lot more random to do it, and you had to choose to do it. It wasn't just like forced down your throat with every phone game that you got. But like before, it was like people who chose to do pay to play games, people who chose to pay to be the best. I was really interested in that. Just really interested in the psychology of a person who does that. But now it's more obvious. I think maybe this is all part of it. This is all part of that interest that I had with that. But that's the sort of stuff I'm interested in, the pay to play. So you're going in to get something from these guys, some entertainment, some sort of feedback. They're getting something from it, from watching 2 old bastards lying about people they've never met who have don't amount to anything, and calling them paedophiles. But not just watching them as like, like we would watch them as like, oh my God, look at this shit show. It's more like they're treating it like a legit channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because the difference is that they can interact with the show. Like if I watch Patrick Melton or I watch and I chat, like, there's a small chance that you'll see it and he'll respond, but unless you're tipping, they won't, right?
I know that's what I've said. Yeah, they get someone to talk to them for free, so that they get the guinea kippers over that one. We've seen that with a lot of them. I've seen that in fucking Furious fucking Grandma. I've seen that with him.
Right.
How some people to talk to him that you don't have to pay for.
Right. So.
Hey up, Mr. Ben Spastic. Do you want to come on the panel? I'll put the panel link up as well because other people can come and chime in on this
Yeah.
if they want to. Hey up, Lewis. Same goes for you as well.
I'd love to have a chat with Mr.
I know that
Runs
those guys are
Fast.
streaming as well, so I'm not about trying to nick people from the other stream at all. Like this is like people can watch this afterwards if they want. I've got no intention of that because that stream that they were doing was actually really interesting. They were talking about some interesting topics. And like I say, if we hadn't already planned to do this, I want to put it on at this time. Hey up, Mitchell Bryson the third, whoever this is. Oh, so someone was telling me
on the sides. Sorry, I'm just to let everybody know. I'm here. Me and my wife are setting up a Lego set. It's the Sonic the Hedgehog.
Fucking cool Lego set as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So
it's got the little power ups.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, see.
Do you have to make the power up things out of Lego, or do they come already made as one thing?
We're not there yet. We're still on the bag 1. We're still on bag 1. Oh, we're on bag 2.
Ooh.
Okay.
So what's the bag? What was in bag 1 and bag 2?
So bag 1 was Sonic himself.
Okay.
And then it was a little crab guy.
Oh, I liked the crab. He was really cool. Yeah.
And then like this palm tree. And I guess this is to connect it to the base after, right? It has
complicated because that crab looked like a thing in itself.
Oh, yeah. It's like how many? 1,200 pieces, something like that.
Oh wow. What about Dr. Robotnik? Is he quite a big thing?
Yeah, sorry? 1,125. Wow. And they set it up like a game. So whenever you complete one section of the like the building, like the book, they tell you to put one gem in the Sonic, because Sonic has a little platform and it has like all these little slots for gems.
That's
so every time you complete a section of the book, you get a gem to put in your. So it's like kind of set up like a video game.
That sounds really cool. I liked the rings as well.
No, it goes right up against that piece.
What's this? There's a massive troll campaign going to Ricardo's lately. People pretending to be Japanese boys. They've probably come over from some of these random channels that he's been going mad, hasn't he? He has been biding. Try hard alley up the yin yang, mate, up there.
So what are they trying to find other subjects to go after?
I have no idea.
You told me that they were trying to go in on into the Hyatt business.
Yes, so I hear. Yes, we've not. See, I'm in a touchy position with the Hyatt stuff because I'm just kind of leaving him to it. Because he's just. Oh mate, I mean, I could go on. I will go on at some point, but I just don't see the point. I have to pick my battles with that one. Hey up, Red Bull.
It was right up.
I should have cleared out his. No, it's good over there. No, I enjoyed it. I was enjoying it, listening to him earlier on while me and Vic were just chatting and listening to it for a bit before we started streaming because they were talking about some really interesting stuff. But I was just saying, people can come back and watch this later if they want.
And the other one here.
No, there's no need. We're just talking about Lego, but we're talking about the Hyatt just for a second. So my point with that is like you were saying, they're having to go there. They're having to go to other people to mine and bring back stuff now. Ricardo's going out on the scout.
I mean, they should, because using me or you is not. It's not going to give them results.
They're still fixated on it because that's their key. That's their.
Yeah, but we're not going to give them the results. You know what I mean?
It doesn't seem to matter. No, there's something else behind it. No, this just shows to me that there's something else behind it at some level, because even when I'm not there, even when I'm not doing anything, they're still at it all the time, and
nothing fell.
They ramp it up though, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Honestly, when I'm not there, they'll ramp it up. So what's that about?
Nothing fell. I saw it. I'm here.
Doshin, right, I'm just going to tell you now, mate. I think you're losing it at the moment. I don't know if this is going to help you. I don't want to be harsh, but I don't know if you're right. If you're like, I don't know what's happened, but I feel that something might have happened in your life that might have knocked you a bit or something, or sent you off into an orbit. But I'm just letting you know that I feel like you might be going into a bit of a rabbit hole. And if you want, you could snap out of it, maybe. I don't know, maybe you can't. But I see, you know, you were fine, you were getting better, it seemed like, and then all of a sudden, you've just seemed to have, like, really fixated on stuff that isn't necessarily based in reality, and I don't know if that's particularly good for you. All right, I'm just going to say that, because I see it. For what it's worth. Right, so should we watch some of this horrible fucking shit? Can you be asked?
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So what happened was, can you see that all right? I don't know.
I can't see. I'm in another room. Like I said, I'm doing a Lego set here.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, right. So let's just have a look on my thing. Yeah, you can see it. Right, so basically we've got the timestamp, and the timestamp is at three hours and a quarter when they actually call you a pedo, apparently. But when I was flicking through this video, I was just like, just checking and then I just saw your channel come up at this point, and we're at the 1 hour 23 minutes. I suppose we should watch the whole thing at some level, but I can't be arsed. You know, to put it in context and stuff. Maybe I should move it back a little bit before they put your channel up, just to see what they're talking about beforehand. And we'll do that. But let's have a look at who's in the chat in this place. So what have they got? I mean, obviously I can't see Q. I'm assuming he's in there. CP is absolutely non-functional, just randomly in there. She has problems. From Doshin. I think it's so funny that she knows evil, doesn't read these DMs, so she DMs them and then posts them publicly. I don't give two shit. I don't even think a thing about them. I put them up, and then that's what I do. If he can fucking block me if he wants. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's all that about? I'll just send it to him. It's fucking funny. That is so that he can't say that I've been trying to fucking do anything. You know what I mean? Because he'll use anything he can. But I was like, no, I'm going to send that shit to him. It's for the paper trail paste. It's all for the paper trail. Yes, this schizophrenia angle, it's crazy what they latch onto. I think one of the things that's really surprised me, and I don't know why it surprised me so much, but with these guys, because they pretended to be different, not so much Paste, because he came in late and transformed, brought the small dick energy and completely transformed the place by opening the floodgates to all the happy, clappy, kissing your ass type cheap ass people. So the effort didn't have to be made anymore. So now they're relying on words like schizophrenia and pedos without any proof at all or any evidence at all. The only time I ever heard them say about schizophrenia is when they had fucking that Queen Monica on, who came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden she's fucking diagnosing me as a schizophrenic. So now they're all saying I'm a fucking schizophrenic because Queen Monica said I was one. Who doesn't even know me from Adam? Doesn't know me from Adam. I just made that fucking video because she was the first woman, well, supposed woman, who turned up. So I was like, right then, I need to make this video at some point. I'm going to make it. So, yeah, Dave sees the cornerstone of their operation, it looks like. There you go. With a bit of Doshin doing his shit. You've got Ron, the everlasting henchman. Very safe. Everyone is a safe person in here, I suppose. And you've got Q, obviously, he'll be in there. Look at them all. Look at this. So they're telling me that I'm having too much time off, and it's because Cyrus destroyed me. But I've got too much important YouTube stuff for my child. All right, then, Paste. Kissing men's arses every single second of every day of your life with your tongue up someone's arse. And now the only thing you've got with a bit of meat to it is attacking some woman who has got nothing to do with you apart from I said to you, I can't wait, Emily, because I called you out for being an arse kisser. Because in those days, these all weren't arse kissing like they are now. Arse kissing wasn't a way of life like it is in your cult. Anyway, should we listen to them calling Vic pedo then? Let's have a listen. Look at this. Absolutely obsessed with me. Why? What? Right, fucking hell. Ricardo, right, this, right, is clearly just a play where they tried to copy Slotham. So why is Ricardo so personally hell-bent on me? I'm just interested. Because he came in way later. What is it?
I don't know. Maybe probably because you're a female.
I know, but there are other females around. There are. I know, and it's like we've had this up to a point, but this has gone on for a year now, and you're just like, okay, is it that? Is it really that? Is it the?
Well, some guys, they just react
really
a certain way to it.
That much, and so they're just collecting up these people who are like that as well, who are that obsessed, and that's why these people are coming in who they don't even know me, and just kind of jumping on because it's just someone having a go at a woman or something who they don't even know. Just making lies about a woman, like just this fictional woman every day. It's crazy. And now I'm a pedo, and it's like you can see the people who want to watch it for a shit show, but you can see the people who are wanting to watch it because someone's going to talk to them. And then there's the other ones where they're kind of buying into it a bit, and it's just all weird.
You know that you being retarded ain't gonna give you discount here. No, fuck you.
We also remember when she used to say that she was gonna call Dean's school. Why don't we call your kids' school, CP? What would you think about it if we say?
If you call my kid's school, see, and you'll see that I won't kick off like Dean did. Look how much of a fuss Dean made about them making a joke about that. Fucking hell. Look at that. Look at that. Just in that fight. This is why I don't watch it, because there's just so much in every little thing. What a slimy, greasy move from this pathetic, crying, scared little bastard, right? So he engineered that whole fucking thing. That was like Q and all that fucking saying that to call the kids' school and all that. It wasn't even going to happen. It was a joke. It was always a joke. No one was ever going to call the kids' school, right? To my knowledge. And that was how I saw it. From what I heard and from what I said, we were saying back to them, because what was Dean threatening? Dean was threatening something, ringing someone or doing something. And what was it? I can't even remember, actually. But the comparison was, well, what if we called your kid's school and said what? Because at that time, it was just after the chili dog shit with Carl, wasn't it? And so they were. Yeah, so we were like, well, what if we did the same as what you're doing now to you? And then they made a big, massive fuss about it and made it up as if like people had called the school, and it still is. The law is that people did call the school and all this shit. It never happened. It was a comparison. It was literally a joke saying, "What if we did?" And I even made a video about that. So that was all set to bed. Now he is trying to bring that back and say that I was going to call the kids' school, and he's just slotting it in there. He's very good at doing this whole like feather in the nest shit. He doesn't. He says
what
it
if
without.
We called your school?
Yeah, what if we called your kid's school? If you called my kid's school, it would be completely fine, because I will just, of course, show them everything what's going on, and I would not be ashamed of it at all. Absolutely not. I'd be like, yeah, I'm doing an outreach project with an alcoholic, and he's turned on me massively, and unfortunately, like, he just cannot take any positive attention, any positive nurturing growth, and is just doing this. And if you're interested in a case study psychologically of this, I'll tell them about the book that I'm going to write, and I'll tell them about this psychological study that I'm doing on trolls on the internet, because I want to teach my kid to be safe on the internet, you see, and to how to deal with people like this. I also want to learn about people like you in real life. So yeah, the dojo of having you for a couple of months come and trying to invade my brain and my life has helped me not make that mistake in real life with a real fucking Lothario, a real weak crying bastard who wishes harm on people and their children, and invite them into their life. Could you imagine if he'd have actually come to my house? He would never have done it, but could you imagine being in my house with my kid? It just would never happen. That's it. Nature will stop that from happening completely. But like, you know, this is why I do it, and I'd be more than happy to explain that to school. More than happy. So yeah, that was the point that I made. I was just like, if you don't do anything that embarrasses you on the internet, if you don't do anything that you're ashamed of on the internet, then you've got nothing to worry about. That was what the point I was making.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I would love to show you for who you are to anybody who wants to know. And if that happens to be the head teacher of my kid's school, then so be it. Anyone can have a look at this information.
On the other side.
That's what I'm aiming for. That it's going to be able to be viewed and understood by everybody if they look at it. And it's not just going to be all in jokes and having to mind meld people and brainwash them in private fucking brainwashing streams to get them in the lingo, train them up so they fucking can remember, so they know who all the Amico people are, so they can go and do your call and response and be part of your fucking audience to bolster Sweet and Tender's shit. So you're training them up, people who've never even heard of the Rico, so they can go over and be part of that. You sad bastards. You sad bastards. It's just like a total manifestation of like that male psychology, and I'm learning a lot from it, you know, that need to go back into a hole of nostalgia and just repeat the same old shit over and over and over again. I mean, it's an extreme case in here, but I mean, it's fucking crazy.
That oh yeah, that reminds me. I was looking at some Charles Bukowski today on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
And when they asked Charles Bukowski about death, if he's scared to die or whatever, he said he welcomes it, because he said as you get older, things start to repeat. It's a repeating thing. You've seen it so many times, and you get tired of it, and you start to welcome death. I mean, that's Charles Bukowski. I'm not a huge fan of Charles Bukowski, but
that's the natural way, I suppose. It would be. You feel like you've done it all, but I feel like I'm not there yet at all. By a long shot. I'm just starting on my real journey to understanding people and stuff now. Really trying to, and myself, you know. I love the 40s for that. It's right good. You actually get a bit of a grip on it. For me, I was just like, oh yeah, like meeting people like Evil and Ricardo and Pace. Do you know what I mean? These are really extreme versions of just pathetic human beings, and I'm not just having a go. This is what it is. You know, I'm sorry guys, but that's what you are. Like, I mean, all of them. I know Slotham does that thing about Darius. Do you know what I mean? There's always something wrong with them and everything, but you look at all these people and there's seriously something wrong with each one of them. Like Ricardo, obviously, like obsessed to this level with this person he's never met, was never even involved with. This time that happened with Evil, he wasn't even there. Threw everyone under the bus. I went and fucking brought him back a number of times. Do you know what I mean? Fucking crazy. Like, how pathetic do you have to be? Evil, the toxic ex, like trying to make fucking pay dirt out of this for a year because I didn't do anything to him, and I've never even really responded badly to him, that badly. It's never given him any power to his attacks or his smear campaigns, and yet he still continues to cry. And you've got Ron, who just wants to be useful. in such an extreme way that it is pathetic, and it's just an extreme version of it. I've never seen anything like it. Just completely like switching your character, switching everything you're about, everything you're into, just to fit with someone else's, beat someone else's drum. You've got Paste, who is just this conniving, scheming little greasy piece of shit. The biggest piece of shit in the place, I would say. Just because he's like, he's the conduit. He's the one who lets all the small dick energy into the place. A specific shade of small dick energy. He's the Captain N conduit. You know what I mean? That's all I need to say about him.
Whatever happened to that Captain N guy?
Well, I don't know. What I found interesting is that Dorshin told me that they thought he was Captain N at some point. So I don't know if he might have disappeared, because if they don't know who he is and who he isn't, then that would lead me to believe that something's gone down over there with him.
Okay.
But I mean, what I know is that Paste and Captain N, as I've said before, do you know about that? They had a massive campaign against each other. It went on for like a long time.
I vaguely know about it.
He was crying about it. He was trying to pick sides. They both were. They were trying to start a war on our turf, which they kind of circumvented by putting it onto me. That's what Pace came in to try and do. Try and start this war with this guy over here. The guy came over to try and stave them off, I think, by pretending to just happen to fall into the Discord. And they were going to fight a war on our camp, bringing the small dick energy over. Because this was all from sub for subs and shit, all to do with sub for subs. And so, which is nothing to do with what we were about, you see. So I was taking the piss out of him. That's all I was doing, was taking, in the true spirit of the fucking Legacy of Rick, in the true spirit of all the shit that we used to do over the anti-begging stuff, I was taking the piss out of this arse-kissing cook who was coming to clearly try and orchestrate something on our shows. But because Curia had a vested interest in getting me out, he convinced the other guys that it was way more sort of palatable and way more productive for them and their channels to do this. And so that's how this happened. And so then Paste, after all this and having come in ready to start a war with this guy, Captain N decided to be his best friend and kissed his ass. Captain N, for his part, went along with it. And I'm talking hours and hours and hours, just with me, physically, literally crying about Paste, right? Literally crying, voice breaking, tears falling, gnashing of teeth, real crying, not just the evil and retarded fake crying hour, real fucking crying of a drunk, fucking pathetic loser, right? And I was just like, all right, mate, right? And then he'd be like, oh, I wish I was there with you. Oh.
You know, the funny thing is, the next thing they're gonna say is that I'm crying. That's the next thing that I expect.
Oh, that you're crying.
Yeah, I think.
Of course you are. It's terrible, isn't it? It's an awful situation to be not be involved with this. You could have had another 50 subs, mate.
Oh.
You could have had another 50 subs. You missed out big time, and good quality subs as well at that. You could have had Cream Monica around at yours.
I'm already starting to well up.
You could have been having deep, fucking philosophical and spiritual conversations with Cream Monica, and you were fucking throwing it back in their faces because you're a fucking pedo. No wonder you're crying. You should be. Right, anyway. Look at this. If she doesn't post them publicly, she knows she's screaming into the void. Talk about the fucking epitome of screaming into the void, guys. Look at this. They make it so they have to scream into the void. They have made their own private fucking streams when no one else is allowed. Even this one, you've only got certain people who are allowed to comment. And to be
here,
guys, right? I know you like to think that I'm screaming all the time about this. Mate, it really is like these days. It's like trying to fit it in. It really is. So don't do yourself no fucking honours on that one.
There's a piece missing.
When I can fit it in, I'll do it. But yeah, of course I'll publicly
Oh no,
that.
I'm wrong.
Of course I will. Because I'm proud of what I've written. And why write it again when it's already there? I've already written it. Why not put it up for him as well? Oh yeah, Red Bull. Let me for Red Bull. We need to do it. I need to do that one. I've got so many ideas, Paste. Honestly, I'm not screaming into the void. I'm like the Renaissance man. Do you know what I mean? I've got a song I'm practicing. It's like I decide what I'm going to do. I've got a little game that I play. There's all drama. Oh, drama. The drama on that phone game, you would not believe. You would not believe it. It's taken up a lot of my time recently. It'll all be over soon, but yeah, it's been intense on the old phone game lately. People have been crying. Oh man, real crying. People put thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds into it. That shit. I don't.
I can't imagine that.
Mate, I went on as like just for investigating, like I said, about people who pay to play stuff. So I went and gave it a shot, and then I've got into it, and it's actually a really deep, like as a tool to watch groups of people interacting. It's fucking amazing. It's really interesting for that, for the psychology side of things. But also, like, you don't have to pay for this one, but like people do, and so like. I think I might throw a quid in every now and again. Like I might like for an event or something for the fishing. I like the fishing, so I might chuck a quid in for the fishing. But like it's like other than that, I just watch everything that's going on, and it's because of the environment, and it's so contrived. But then I'm getting into the next level of it now. It's all about the people and how they move around. But then there's like here with the manufactured drama, you've got a game that's manufacturing drama, setting people against each other and doing shit to create drama to get people to be hypnotized into this game. And so they're so invested in it then that they spend shit ton of money so they can go and bash that fucking person. Like us lot with our beefs and stuff, and they'll be like, right, then I'm going to fucking raise you to the fucking ground, and so I'm going to go and spend like $1,000 to do that. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's all manufactured. It's really, really interesting. Once you get past the just basic game mechanics into the people shit and the politics, it's actually really interesting. It's going around for that. Yeah,
maybe,
for that.
Maybe there's something to that. Maybe it's important for people to have drama or excitement in their life,
Yeah, it is. And at the moment, they're just doing it to make money out of people. It's fucking hypnotic, that game. The whole sticky experience sort of thing. It's like that. I've had to put I do it quite restrict. I have a restricted access to it. I don't like let it take over. I did at first. The first time I started playing it, because it's just like fully hypnotic. But that's because I was exploring like at that point what sort of tricks they were doing to try and get money out of people, and sort of like the timing of it. How they milk people, how they do the shepherding, like sheepdogging people into doing stuff. I was interested in that, but now I'm way more interested in how their events and things like that they set off these groups of people, and how their understanding of online cults and how they are formed and how they are now making money out of that. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting, that shit. So I don't mean to bore you with that.
Okay.
So yeah, should we watch some more of this? It's just too much.
Say that. I'm not saying we will do that, but if we say that, you will make 100 videos screaming, "They're gonna call my kid's school."
Are we really? I mean, who does he? Is he doing it for the dink dinks? Because everybody knows me, and I don't do that. That is a pure projection, isn't it? He's literally doing night after night videos screaming about me. As soon as I put it on, he's saying my name over and over again. And now he's saying, "Oh, if I say that, she's going to make a million videos saying, oh, you're going to call my kid's school." No, mate. I've just said I'm not doing it like they went off. They just used it because it was an opportunity for them to make some shit out of. But like for me, like I said, I don't need to make shit up. You guys are too fucking busy making it up for me. I don't need to do that.
Like what happened? What you were saying that to them? Were you just taking the piece and joking?
Yeah, I was all the way through. Like I was. Like my video said from the time. Like everybody knows that I was
Bitch.
You bitch. No, that's the bit that gets me. Like, he's really angry at me. What did I do, evil? Really, what did I do to you? For him to just be like his little kid, like, you bitch, at the end. You know what I mean? Like, what? Just has, he has his little insult, which is very poorly thought through, and obviously there's no evidence for it. But then at the end, he's like, you bitch.
That's the punctuation.
And how about now that the pedophile CP is together there with the other pedos? You know, are they still accusing us that we are going to call someone else's school? And this
Oh my God! Old? How old is that? Why are they talking about that? Why? Really? Why?
Who said that?
Right. When was that? Does anyone remember in the chat? Sorry, I'm not watching it very much. As you can see, I'm very discombobulated. Let's have a look.
Oh, way to stay up with current events.
Hey up, Yojo! Oh, it's been interesting chatting with you, Yojo. So it's been good. Yojo's got some good ideas about some games for the point and clicks and things. Which I'll mention to you at some point.
Who had point and clicks? What?
Yojo, but it was on about like text games and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like that at some
The
point.
parser,
Mr. Lizard.
the parser adventure games.
I won't mind no.
Those things are a pain in the ass to figure out what words work and.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about it in game. The old school ways, and that they just assume that you know certain things as well, that you know how to do certain stuff. It'd be cool. It'd be cool for the comparison for like these days with how games are. Like compare that to like one of the phone games, like that phone game that I'm playing at the moment. Like the difference. It'd be very interesting.
Well, we certainly don't have games where.
Yeah, no, they're talking about the school. So they've just done a passing comment about it's saying about if I
as if he wasn't in there making jokes about calling the school as well.
Of course they were. Of course, this is them trying to fluff stuff off.
He was right in there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they were the ones making the most about it. Like as always, like it is now. I was just in the background doing bits and bats, providing the backbone to it and the depth to everything.
I mean,
and then they would fly around it.
I mean, Dean's always chirping me about that, right? Like how I was in there being like, "You guys aren't really gonna do it, are you?" Right?
Is that what you were doing? I can't even remember. Is that what you were asking?
I mean, that is what I was doing. That's accurate.
I seem to remember
at least he's accurate.
Yeah, because I remember having a go at you. Because I remember going, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Vic, stop taking it so literally. It's a fucking joke." I remember being like, "Why are people believing that this bullshit that Dean's peddling just because we said, if we did that, what would you do?" That was all it was. It was a fucking joke. Do you remember? So at the time, I remember saying that to you and being like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Vic, even you believe it." But no, it was always a fucking joke. But anyway, it got made into this real fucking bit of law, and they kind of went with it, and it should have been a red flag then. You know what I mean? That they were just all about like drama farming and whatever at that time. But I remember making a video about it, so my conscience is completely clear, and there's a paper trail. It's just there all the way along. It was always a joke. And the whole point I was making was, if you've got nothing to be embarrassed about, then you've got no reason to fucking worry if your kid's school gets phoned. But then, you know, I kind of don't stand by that anymore, because it is like everyone has a different way on the internet, don't they? And some things people do have to push themselves out for, and some things they might not want people to know about, so that's fair enough. But if you're going around ringing other people, then there's a chance that they're going to ring you. So that's my point. 3 years ago? 3 years ago? Was that 3 years ago? No, that was 2021. Was that 3 years ago, Vic? No, I haven't known you 3 years. Have I? Have I known you 3 years?
Yeah, I think it might be.
Oh.
It might be.
No. Really? No, really? Ricardo was nowhere to be seen. So this is the thing as well. He's trying to sell this to the dink-dinks. Like, this is what he's constantly trying to do. So they've all got these different little irons in the fire that they're trying to do at the same time by doing this by going and talking about this old shit. Like, how old is that? 2 years. Yes. Yes. Yes, Dean. Do you want to come up and talk about it? You're welcome. You're welcome to do so. That wasn't 3 years exactly. It wasn't. Yeah, that's it. Dean heard it as someone who's still calling, and we had a difference of opinion at the time. And like I say, I've changed my mind a little bit on that because I want to be a bit more open to different people and their ways and their way that they express themselves or whatever. As you know, it's be less judgmental. I think you're in the future. Yeah, you are in the future, aren't you? But only by a day. Doesn't really count, Red Bull. I don't think that counts. So okay, then 2 years and a day for you. Yes, but I mean, and look at these guys trying to make off that. And my question is, who is this for? Who is that for? Why are they doing that? Like, why are they bringing up something from 3 years ago, something that they clearly know is fake? They clearly know that they're not going to ring.
They got nothing else to talk about, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is, isn't it? But that just shows you. But again, who's it for though? Because even when they've got nothing else to talk about, surely they've got to think about the people who are watching it. I don't know. It's 3 years ago. 2 years ago.
It does, right? At the time.
No,
With us at the time. With us at the time. There you go. This is what I'm here for. I'm here for that. I'm here for that shit. I'm here for him and him doing their cycle and fucking cue you wherever he is. And this guy for fucking paced a bit as well, but his is different. They've all got it. Ron's a bit different. Ron's just kind of like, he's just there. He's just a muppet. You know, I like Ron. I've decided I love Ron. Ron's the mascot. Ron's all right. He's a little bitch, but he is just like, hey, guys. And I think when I did that video where I put that cat animation up for Ron, I've kind of associated him with that little cat now who's just running up to him and going, hey, guys. So now he's just like a cute little cat. And, yeah, he's their pet, and I've got no problem with Ron. He's just a little pet. So, bless him. But, yeah, like it was with us. Dean, was Ricardo with you at the time when that went off with the phone in the school? Because I swear to God he wasn't with us.
No, he wasn't. He
was nowhere near. It was fucking years or something before. He might not have even been with Dean then. He might have even been before then. That's fucking crazy.
I totally forgot that he used to hang out with them and go on shifts with those guys.
He's trying to make it out, but who to? Who is this to? Is he trying to convince Evil? Is he trying to convince himself? What's he rewriting it for? Is he rewriting it for Dave C? Do you know what I mean? Who look at the people in this chat who's not doing it for them. So I'm just interested to see why he's feeling the need to rewrite the entire thing like he was there, like I was kicking off or something. Like he's rewriting it like, so he knows me so well that he's calling me a pedo for a start. He knows me so well. He was there, such a dear friend of Evil's and all these people, that he was there that whole time. And so he knows, and he's going to tell us the story of when I threatened to call the kids' school. But who's it for? And why is he doing it? Why does he feel the need? When was this? 5 days ago. 5 days ago to bring up stuff from, like you say, there's nothing, they haven't got nothing to talk about. So therefore they need to bring it back to me. So why do they need to do all that stuff? Why does he need, I mean, sorry, I'm getting like looped up with my thinking here with him. How does he's trying to rewrite it for him by using that. So I'll take that away because that's just the thing that he's doing. But why is he going back to that stuff 5 days ago out of the blue?
Who knows?
Because before then, he'd not done it. He'd not done the one for ages. And then he's done two recently. So he's threatened at some level. Or there's some reason for it. Why have they called you a pedo at this time? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Because the thing with you is as well is that they are shit scared of you. I've said this from the start.
I can't understand that. Why?
They really
In what way am I threatening to anybody?
Well, exactly. Why am I though? Why am I? You know what I mean? Why was I? Because I told Pace he was a fucking kiss arse in a jokey way in a troll Discord. You know what I mean?
It's a different motivation. It's not fear.
No, well, no, maybe not why they brought you up at the moment. The whole thing is fear. These guys run on fear. Everything is run by fear with these guys. I swear to God, it's all fear. If you listen to Evil, right, Ricardo soothes him and encourages him. But if you actually listen to him, look how often this fucking McAfee thing comes up. It's all the fucking time. My kid puts this shit on here. But yeah, like he's like the sort of the other side encouraging him. But if you hear it in Evil's voice, you can hear there's a desperation in there. So
it is.
What? Why you? Why now?
She was the one doing that. Remember, she was the one with the. She was the one saying we should call it, and she said, Ricardo, people remember, okay? She was saying she was gonna call Carl's church to expose. She was the doctor from.
She was the doctor.
That's interesting. So what are they trying to? Because they always project as well, don't they? So this is telling something about them. They're trying to justify something that they've done potentially.
I don't know about that. It just sounds like they're writing a novel. It sounds fucking intriguing. I want to know how this fucking thing ends.
I know, because what actually happened was we were all in the Discord just fucking... Yeah, I did say that about Carl's school. It was Carl's church. Oh, my God. But they're getting it really mixed up as well, because there was a big difference in time between those two events. And the Carl's church thing, well, that was a whole different ball game. It's very interesting.
Okay.
How he joins things together, being as drunk as he is and pretending to not remember his stuff as much as he does. These are things that are stuck in his mind as things that he can use to throw against me. Oh, do you know what it is?
Bridge.
It's because... Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing as what he did with Cyrus. He's doing it. He's trying.
Yes. Sorry, CB. I have just erected a bridge.
Oh, have you? Oh, nice, nice erection.
Thank you.
Snakebite church. Yes, I remember saying like, "Can we ring Carl's church?" Yeah, man. Would I have run Carl's church? Actually run Carl's church? Probably not. I don't know. I would probably had a look at their website at the time, because if you remember, Carl was really going on. Like, it's not as bad as these guys are now, though. But he was like the forerunner of it. Can you believe that these guys copied Carl's play? That's how fucking desperate they are. Carl was light years ahead of these guys from manipulating and using this situation. But yes, I remember talking to Q about that stuff, because you see what was happening in that Discord as well is what they're not mentioning. And with them bringing it up, I may as well mention it. You had Q grooming people, trying to get them to go further and further and get into real life with shit all the time. So that was the ethos. So in that conversation, it would often get to, oh, I wonder what would happen if we ran Carl's church and stuff like that, because you'd have those guys grooming the whole situation. So that's why I'm finding it interesting that they're bringing this up, because like they were the ones pushing that. Do you know what I mean? It's not something that comes automatically to me. That when you look at Cuya, you look at his behaviours, you look how obsessed he is, how interested he is in people, just everything about them. He watches every stream, he scours every comment. You were saying, Red Bull, that he was channel checking all the people who came to my tiny little tarot stream. You know, he's that obsessed. So you think that a person in that Discord is going to sit and have me sit there telling them that I've got all these really kind of low grade troll moves which is stuff that other people do anyway. But like, you know, kind of low grade troll moves, and that wasn't a joke. Do you know what I mean? It's like, believe me or not, I couldn't give a shit. But like, you know who I am. If you know who I am, you know what that is. But what I'm interested in is those guys were forerunning that. So why are they? So is this them trying to slough that off? I don't think so. I think this is them. It's not clear cut projection here. I think this is them trying to go into the bottom of their bag, go into their arsenal, and there's a reason for that. So the reason that's just come to me is that I think it's when Carl came on Dean's. I think it's Carl going on Dean's that did this, that brought this out in a. That's my
that makes sense. The return of Carl.
Yeah.
So
Carl is back. Timing, can anyone remember when the time was? Because I can't be asked to look right now. But the timing of when Carl came back.
Yeah, like that. Sorry.
It probably is. What place have you got to with the Lego set now? Where are you at?
Well, we just did the bridge part, and then we got to just put all the flourishes on it.
Like all the water at the bottom and stuff.
Yeah, all of them on both sides. And then we're gonna put the palm tree to it, and then we're gonna start doing the loop-de-loop after. The loop-de-loop.
I don't think I ever saw any of Carl's church vlog videos. You have to excuse my voice. It's on a okay. Got a bit of cold at the moment. We don't have to focus on the drama. It's nice to have a bit of a break. And I'm sorry, but it's a legit different focus when you've got a Sonic the Hedgehog Lego set, in my opinion. I think that qualifies. It's an equal level of interest for me. So your Yogo or Yorgio, do you mind me calling you Yorgio? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you don't, if you prefer the God-given name, then I will give you your God-given name. But I've always called you Yorgio because at first it was because I misread it, and now I've just like carried on doing it. But if you do mind, then let me know and I will call you by your proper name. All right.
So the corner of that is the corner.
He's well into his Sonic set, bless him. I told him he should be streaming this. He should have it on the screen. Yay! That's all right then. That's all right. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! It rolls off the tongue nice. It's just like calling someone Georgie, innit, instead of George. I'm assuming. There was a George, if anyone goes on Twitch. When I went on Twitch back in the day, there was a guy called Georgie on there, and he was fucking unbelievable. He was right interesting. He was nuts. You want to see schizophrenia? You want to see actual schizophrenia? Go and see Georgie on Twitch. Georgie on Twitch. He was called Georgie.
I'll put Georgie in my next.
Yes. See if he comes up. Oh my god. Yeah. What was it he used to sing? There was all sorts. It was like, oh fucking hell! It was that chat was crazy as well. I used to go in and be like, it was on 24/7 like a lot of the time, and I'd be like, tell me the story. Tell me, who are you people? Who are you Georgie people? Tell me your story. How did you get into this? How do you end up just sitting watching him? And they were all as nuts as he was. A lot of them. They were all doing their crazy shit in the chat, just spouting shit. That was schizophrenia in a bag. That was. Where's my? There it is. Okay.
Oh, wait, does Mr. Man have my phone? Oh, okay. I was gonna say if I can get my phone, I could show the Lego.
Yeah, do it. Show us the Lego.
I can't. My phone is.
I was too busy buying Robux. Yu-Gi-Oh! In real life. Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't even remember Yu-Gi-Oh!
Maybe it was an extra one.
It came out, but I was out. I was out and about. I was in my raving days. Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember when all that shit came out. So should we put another bit of this bullshit on?
From day one, like.
Poor retard cow. Guys, I'll make fun of retard cow all day, all night, but I will never say anything that will call his church. Come on, man. That's a low blow, man.
So this is a passing joke that was made 2 years ago by someone who he had nothing to do with anyone to do with us at that time. And they are making a stream about it.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a far straw man. No one ever called any school, but or any place.
It was never even discussed that harsh. Do you know? Shall I tell you what though? It was part of that strategy. It was all part of
that thing that you didn't do is a low blow, man.
Oh, I know. And considering he wasn't even there. No, actually, what happened was it was part of a strategy to scare fucking Carl. This is what I didn't say earlier, but this is why it's interesting to me that Evil is bringing it up, because I realised I wasn't sharing the whole story, but really, like, it was a full strategy that I used to get Carl to fuck off at the time, because he was really riding me. He was really trying to make his whole channel based on me. Like, these guys have taken it from him. They just took the Carl fucking strategy and run with it. So I got him to fuck off, and I did. I've done, managed to achieve my fucking goals. These guys don't. They think they do, because I let them think that they do. Because I can't be arsed, and because I don't let them rule my life. I don't let them I don't dance to the beat of their drum when I can be arsed. Like me and you, we've been talking about doing this for like 2.5 days. We finally got around to fucking doing it. It's not like, oh shit, I've just remembered something from 3 years ago. We must do a stream about it, and then we'll set everyone up, and we'll get them all set up, and we'll send them over to your channel so we can do another stream about it, and then we'll get 2 fucking streams, and we're going to get 30 people who we don't even know, some plastic fantastic fuckers, over, and we'll teach them about the fucking Amico. Fucking nutters. Absolutely nuts. This is the garden shed mentality, in my opinion. This is just it wrought large, and I think it's lovely that guys they've got that mindset of the garden shed. They go into your garden shed and you just got your little world and you got your little your memories and shit. But this is it, it's a very narrow place and a very small place, and it has to be kept, for some people who are very antisocial, it has to be kept very safe. I mean, Ricardo is just a killer combination because he just lives in the past. Look at how safe he needs to make his house. He needs to put all his childhood toys everywhere, on every shelf. So it's the reality of life and.
Right. I mean, you want to live in those times where it was so simple. Yeah, I know.
Just wants to live in it. I mean, you can't say anything. You're making a fucking Lego set about Sonic, right? I get it.
Yeah, but I'm doing it with my wife.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That just says it all, doesn't it? That says it all. And but it's not like I'm against. You know what I mean? It's like nothing. It sounds like I've got a problem with nostalgia. I really don't. But I do find it interesting when people really go into it, and when you put Evil in with him, that combination, he can't get past the really old shit, the safe stuff. He's so scared of anything new. It has to be really safe. And so it just makes an interesting combination with Evil. It brings interesting stuff out in Evil, I find. You're compassionate to drug addicts leaving hazardous waste around it, dangerous to innocent kids and animals. Oh, what? Your girlfriend and you were fighting because you were mean to some junkie shooting up in front of where I lived together. She didn't like it. How mean were you to them? Talk to Red Bull about that. Red Bull's got a fucking killer story about some junkies he was mean to, and he was really mean to them. He kept going back for more. You fucking put her on to show her that Red Bull fucking conversation about the junkie and say, I'm not as bad as him. That's my advice to you, chuddies. There's worse, there's far worse. Although it depends how mean you were to him. Did you shoot him? That's it. Pride comes before a fall. It does. Maybe your girlfriend's right. Maybe your girlfriend's right for him.
Right here.
I'm supposed to be compassionate to drug addicts leaving hazardous waste around innocent kids and animals. What a mean I am, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know. What's your girlfriend's take on it? What's her point? What does she say? Does she know? Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying does she know him, but like, you know, she's seen him around. She might have created some sort of a relationship with them slightly. Said hello to him over the course of a certain amount of time. So like being friendly with them potentially if they do live in the area. And so therefore, like if you've just been mean to him, that might have been embarrassing to her because she was all right with him. Maybe because I'm generally all right with. It's normally in town though, they're not outside my house. But in town, like, I'll be all right with them. Because I did Occupy, didn't I? So I do still know some of them. Vaguely, they don't recognise me. Fucking hell. They're out of it, do you know what I mean? They don't fucking know. But I remember sitting around campfires and stuff with a lot of them back in the day. There was one time, because we had a portaloo, we'd hired a portaloo for the camp. And this guy, because all the homeless people used to come and use the portaloo, and this guy went in one day, and he just went in the toilet and he never fucking came out. We were like sat there for ages. I was filling out a job because I was doing the Occupy, but I actually had a full-time job at the time, but I was filling out a form for my second job. And I remember like after all it all kicked off, I just came back to my application form and it just had this big massive fucking footprint right in the middle of it. But I still handed it in and I still got the fucking job. Yeah, this guy went in and he was doing crack, I think, and then he just came out and just exploded out of the toilet. Toilet went flying, fucking fire went flying. It was definitely an event. Yumiko isn't old at all. Oh, you old bastards. I did hear for 1 second that's what I saw, because I saw that Ricardo had made another stream about me. I've not even done anything. I've not even been on. Do you know what I mean? And I've been trying to do my fucking Cyrus video, but there's always something goes wrong with it every time I try and export it, and then I just couldn't be arsed today. But yeah, what I did see was Q had made a comment saying, and it was like literally less than a minute I went on for. Oh, he's been coping big time, hasn't he, lately? Q, yeah, he's over the rainbow at the moment. Definitely, I think getting rainbow vibes off Q, yeah. At the moment, it's like Earth to Q, yeah. It ain't real life, dog. Fucking hell. He was saying something like, what was it? Talking about the community post. There's like minimal effort, do you know what I mean, for the community post. And given what I've said publicly what my channel's about, it's pretty obvious that I'm going to leave notes for myself on my community post. I'm going to leave like little things so I can remember things. It's really useful for me for when I'm archiving the streams, so I know when each stream was and what was about and stuff like that. So it's like it serves multiple purposes. So anyway, they've got nothing to hang on to. So, but Q shows himself so much in some of his comments, and that's why he blocked me, so I can't see them, because he's scared of me. He's just scared. And so what was he put it? Because this is what it comes down to, why they're still doing it, like the fly in the ointment, because they can't say it's because they're milking content out of me. They can't say it's because they want the reaction out of me, because they've put far, far more energy in than they're getting out in that sense. So that's what they'll try and make out. Oh, well, she's as bad as us. She gives as good as she gets. They're trying to make it a little bit more like a to and fro now. A little bit. They're trying to pretend like it's all, so they can pretend it's always been like that. But it's not like that. And I've got the evidence. I've got the full paper trail. And carry on doing it, guys, because you're just showing everybody how people like you work and how you then cover your tracks and weasel out of these situations and softly step to the side and people don't see it, because that's what might be useful to people coming and seeing this in the future. Once I've reduced it all down and concentrated it and taken all the shit out and had a look at it, hopefully I'll be able to reduce it all down to maybe even a flow diagram of how you guys are so predictable, even just in this case, of how that works and how you will manipulate the situation, manipulate people. And that's why I'm interested in why now with Vic, for that reason. Can't get in the way of you guys rubbing tug. Yeah, well, you should do, Lewis. You should do. I missed it last time. I still haven't watched it back, but you should do because give a bit of spice in it. Give a bit of spice to the situation. See what Q does. It'll be fun. I'd watch that.
What's that? What's he gonna do?
Hooligans inviting Lewis on his next Amico panel.
Oh, cool.
I think that's going to add longevity to that. It's like they need something, don't they? It's old. You're the future, Lewis. They need you. They need your young blood. Do you know what I mean? These old bastards. They need your young go-getter attitude. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not joking. I am joking and I'm not joking at the same time. It's true what I'm fucking saying. They need you. They need you, Lewis.
So.
If not from Discord, what from Discord? I don't know. Someone on Discord told him about this stream the following day. Is that what he does? I know, that's it. Because they project that shit as well. They say it about me, and I'm like, I've not even been on. So yeah, they're just making shit up. So yeah, okay. Evil, when your mates told you when this stream's gone up, can you tell me why? What your reasoning is for making multiple streams about me? I'm not threatening you. I've not been uploading because I've been working on my Cyrus video and I've taken time off. I'm having 2 days off, clearly per week at least, off YouTube, and it's more like 3 days really. Because on my first day off that I get off, when my kid goes to kids' dads, then I normally do stuff in the house and do other shit. So I'm normally not on till Thursday anyway. So aside from creeping when you're sleeping, I'd like to know why, and being so desperate to have to talk about things that are 3 years old, why this is. And we all know why it is, and it's because Carl went on Dean's, and it's starting, isn't it? You're trying to start. You're tried and tested. The only strategy you found that has given you anything back in this entire time, which is the old splitting. The old splitting, getting people to talk shit about each other, talk some shit about each other, and just do bullshit. The thing is, mate, is that when you don't operate on lies, when you do have it out, this is what you had a problem with Dean about, is because he will be blunt and he will come, like sometimes he'll be, he'll try and get a gotcha out of you, but sometimes, he will come and have a conversation you don't necessarily want to have. And that was always what was all right about him at the beginning, and then all of a sudden, until it wasn't. And so through that, it means that when you've spent time with people for a length of time, you've actually got through loads of stuff and talked about stuff, whether you wanted to or not. And so therefore, because you're not hiding behind stuff, you're not blocking people all the time, you're not crying and making shit up from 3 years ago, so you don't have to talk about shit from today. You don't, all this stuff ain't news to anybody. You're not going to get anyone on this. You're not going to, start doing your splitting shit on this one. Because, well, it's very bold of you to try, given the context and given the situation, how you're in it's interesting to see someone trying to do this with their enemies. You've done it with a lot of other people, neutral people as well, but with your actual enemies, I find that an interesting attempt.
No, we never said that we are going to call Pedophile This TV school. No, we said that what about if someone called Pedophiles DTV Sons School and show those videos of Pedro Dean abusing his kids and using his kids to call other men around of the world on a cell phone to live like voicemails talking about sex and.
So the same thing, this could have been from yesterday, this could have been from 9 months ago, this could have been from whenever. Bearing in mind, like I've said before,
I love seeing the makeover.
Ricardo was there when he was doing that.
That looks so much nice.
Ricardo was encouraging him to do that. This is what he's not saying. He's making out that he was in opposition to that and that he was like Evil's best mate and that I just turned up and was this like fly in the ointment. It's absolutely crazy. And I wonder, obviously all these people are going to go along with that, including you, Doshin. What's all this about you? Yes, Benny Bojangles. Benny Bojangles is Doshin, right? So what's all this?
Don't ask me.
Oh, was that you? Oh, right.
No, I said don't ask me. I said
Oh,
no.
don't ask you. I'm assuming that is. I think that is. That is. Yeah, because he used to have that picture of the clown on it. That's right. So this is Dorshin. Dorshin, you're vroom vroom, right? Can we have a confirmation, please?
No, I need these. Vroom vroom.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom's old school. I remember vroom vroom from when I first started.
Really? Really? No, I don't think so. I don't think vroom vroom
Yeah.
was that old school. From when you first started, you've been talking when you were placeholder. That was
Yeah.
not. No. No, it can't
I feel
have
like
been.
the first time I went to Evil's channel, vroom vroom was in the chat. 56K and Red Bull.
Oh, right, okay, when you first went to Evil. Maybe. For me, it came for a bit further on. It came a bit later on, that might have been when you came, it might have been. But for me, it came a little bit further on. I always thought it was Murray because it's after Murray got banned one time when he was Broken Dreams, and then Vroom Vroom turned up after that. So I always thought it was Murray.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about those people, so I don't know.
See, Dave C's the only one with a fucking interesting comment on here saying about Jimmy Savile. That's interesting. So where's Buttocks these days as well, guys? Where's Buttocks? Is it because I called him out? We don't like it. Oh, dearie me, Buttocks. Dearie me. Or does he have days off as well? He might have a few days off a week from YouTube. I seem to think he does.
Yeah.
CP is heartbroken over Evil. Yes, as you can tell. As you can tell from my multiple streams where I'm going over everything from like 3 years ago. I will be doing things where I go over stuff. And probably by the time I do it, it will be 3 years ago. But it's not the same as the way they're doing it. Yeah, Dorshin, where's your answer? He's not saying anything, is he? He's not saying anything. So we don't know who Vroom Vroom is. Ben Spastic, you're saying it's Dorshin, are you? You're saying it's Dorshin. Okay. See, I'm interested in the people who will. Ben Suspect is at it again. What's going on, Ben Spastic, with you? You're drawing the lines in the sand. Are we cool with Dorshin or not? You think it's something strange, should we? Right, well, I'll explain to you why, because I did explain to Get to the Chopper why I thought it once, and then I think YouTube took it away. But yeah, they're thick as thieves. They are thick as thieves, and I knew that. Although it's never been an issue, but I took the piss out. He's tried to pretend that it wasn't, and so I took the piss out of that. Do you know what I mean? Because he's the one going around going, I'm the botherer. He's even on his description of his fucking YouTube. You know what I mean? I like to bother people and insult people on the internet. And yet, when he was with his furious grandma, they couldn't take a little bit of ribbon when I first came in. So that was one thing, right? Because he was butthurt, because I called him out because of his friendship with Q, while he'd been pretending. But that's like, why pretend to everybody that it wasn't the case? So he could be the botherer. Do you know what I mean? So I've called him out on being a fake botherer, and he don't like it. He don't like being bothered either when he's going around doing the bothering. So I pointed that out, and Molly don't like it. You shouldn't be a troll if you don't like being trolled.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that, Chudders? I mean, you've got Curia, they're mates.
Okay.
You know, it's not a thing. It's him that's made it into this thing. And so the more he made it into a thing.
Is it better like that?
Sorry, I just put the heating on.
Yeah.
The more he made it into a thing, the more I went with it. You know what I mean? Because the more he just sat there going, what are you doing, CP? What are you doing? Actually being butthurt. The more I was just like, oh, right then, do you know what I mean? Obviously. And so it showed itself. You know, he showed himself. I don't even need to explain my theory because here it is the truth. And why is he? May I explain quickly?
No.
Who is that? Is that you, Dorshin? I don't really think. Well, I suppose you can come on the panel. I suppose. To be honest, Dorshin, I think you're a bit away with the fairies at the moment to really come on the panel. To be fair, given some of the messages, I haven't listened to them, but I think I've read a couple of them, and I'm like, you are really, really away with the fairies at the moment. So maybe talking to me probably isn't a good idea. I can think I'm talking-ish. Well, are you Vroom Vroom then, or not? That's all I'm asking. That's all I need to know. You still think it's wrong? Well, Qya's here telling you that it's the truth, mate. It's there. What you'll find is, and I know this sounds grandiose of me, and it is my grandiosity, but, at the end of the day, a lot of times it turns out the truth. It might be a ridiculous thing from me, and honestly, sometimes I surprise myself with it, because I'll just throw it out as a complete guess, and then it'll be like, right. And I'm not saying I'm right all the time by a long shot. It sounds like I am, but I'm not. It's just you try enough times and you're going to land eventually, and I do. I think that's what it is. But like, honestly, and it's only me that notices, and probably I'll forget all the times I'm wrong, but I'll be there and I'll be like, oh, that's this person, and they're doing that for that, and in not long that person's going to be aligning with that person, or that person's going to be getting that person to talk shit on that person, and they just do it. Do you know what I mean? I don't sit there and don't put it out there really anymore or anything, but you can just fucking see it. Most of the time I'm wrong, like probably, but like I do. It's surprising how many times it fucking turns out. And some things you just know it. Like I just know that I just knew that Judy was fucking Elder. Do you know what I mean? I still think at some level that you might be E-King, but I don't know about that. See, that proved me wrong. I've been wrong. But it's fun. I enjoy the alt sniffing game. CPU, you know nothing. See, it's just what is that? I know nothing. I don't know anything. No, this is guesswork. I'm not saying I know anything. I'm just saying I guess things, and it's surprising, very surprising how often it turns out right. It's just because it's such low level shit, and it's repetitive. And like Vic said, you see things on repeat. You see things go round and round and round. And even in this cycle, in this place, go round and round and round. No, I don't think I'm right all the time. I'm just saying with this particular issue, I'm surprised at how many times I'll make a joke guess or something, and it will be right. And it's just random. But I think it's just because of the amount of times I try it, because I just be like, oh, that's that person or that person. Plus, we're dealing with something like, there's about 5 of us. Do you know what I mean? And we've known each other for ages, so it's not that surprising, is it? When you think about it. It's just because some troll like fucking Buttock says it isn't true while he's crying and blocking me at the drop of a hat, thus proving to everybody that it's the truth. Because he never does that normally. He never acts like that much of a crying bitch normally. So that proves it to me. It's obvious. That's enough proof for me anyway. Cheers, Red Bull. I appreciate that. That means a lot. That means a lot coming from you. Yeah, so anyway, what's Dorshin saying? No Vroom Vroom. You're not Vroom Vroom. Yeah. Fair enough. See? I was wrong. No, I was surprised actually when someone said you were Vroom Vroom. I think it was Volp who said it. Where is Volp? I wonder if he might be over at Dean. But I'm sure he's not banned. I'll have to watch my own video to see how to unban people. Let's have some more.
Dildo and fuck and all those things. That's what we said, But we never said that we were going to call.
That's what we said.
By the way, who cares?
He wasn't even there, guys. That's what we said. How desperate. Can else get joy from this. I get joy from this. Like, this is what it's all about. How desperate is Ricardo? Can we all agree? Does everyone remember what really happened here? Does people do remember this, right? They don't, because I know that people have believed what he says as well. People who were there, you know, they're like, oh yeah, Ricardo wasn't there, was he? You're like, oh my God, no, what you thought? Oh shit, do you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell, it's getting into people's brains. Can we not just fucking comment on the fact that he is telling everybody that he was there when he was on the other side fighting? I've got videos of it. I've got a video of when he fucking banned me from his fucking stream on the No Herbie Derby Clause stream that time when I went on to talk to Albert, the first time I ever did, and I went on to start putting the olive branch across.
Black one?
The first right at the beginning, before D Reed banned everyone, and I went over. D Reed, do you remember this if you're still here? And Ricardo banned me. And that's when we started talking. So then he kept talking to me. He left a comment on my video or something, so then I commented on his and he was responding to my comments. That's how this whole thing happened. I got banned and I kept up the conversation because in my mind I was like, oh, here's someone who's actually talking to me, who's not just shutting me down. I can offer the olive branch to this person. Maybe I can get something. Because at the time I was trying to get everyone to stop fighting. I really was, because Evil was putting it about that he was like kind of upset by the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? It was like I wanted to sort of, you know, in my vanity, heal the world. Do you know what I mean? So I was like talking to Ricardo with that mindset. Then everything went tits up with Ricardo and Dean. Then I reached out to Ricardo. Then Ricardo rebuffed me quite a few times, but he'd already latched onto Dorshin through being attached to Evil, you see. So because Ricardo had banned me from fucking D Reed, from his when D Reed, you know, when I spoke to Albert that time, and I literally got to enough time to say hello to Albert, and that was it, and I got banned. But he kept up that conversation, probably just out of trying to generate drama, you know, just being that much of a slime ball. He would have just flipped straight away. But he, you know, just mining and keeping his fingers in pies, but it gives you an idea of how he does these things. So while he was fighting against the Herbies, he was, you know, talking to, he was in with Dean big time, slagging them all off and that. But he was talking to me and currying favour with me in the comments at the time. And I was like all for it. Because I was like, oh yeah, friendship, we can make some friendship happen and we'll all be friends. And then, you know, and then Dean can fuck off with that, you know, because at the time I was falling out with Dean. I was like, and then he'll see that we could all be friends. So that came to bite me in the ass, didn't it? So then Ricardo, so Dean was onto something with Ricardo, then fucked him off. Then obviously his channel went. I then reached, but I was talking about Dorshin. So yeah, Dorshin got attached to, didn't even know about Ricardo until I started fucking bringing him up over this D Reed thing when he banned me. D Reed had told Ricardo to ban me because when I was talking to Albert, I think, and so then he did it. That's why I keep bringing D Reed up. Also, the Herbie Derby clause, I think that was something to do with that. It was around that time. And then, yeah, so I've forgotten what I was on about now. It's gone out of my head. I'm going to make a split. But yeah, he kept on going with that. Then Ricardo, then we kept going over there. Me and Ron were going over to Ricardo's. And because I dragged Ron over. I think Ron was going over, maybe very occasionally he'd gone over. But like I was dragging Ron over. Then Ron stopped going, then he started attacking Ron because he thought, I've looked back on this, he thought that Ron couldn't be controlled. He thought Ron was like me. Do you know what I mean? And he was on about getting rid of Ron straight up. And I do think that was probably because he saw me and Ron differently and he wanted to get the threat of Ron away before he could try brainwashing me or whatever it was. So that was what that was. And then we just kept on going because I was like, no, mate, he's a valuable resource. And, you know, he's not got no mates. They fucked him off. We should definitely all stick together. Because I was on about this, like, you know, there was a war going on and all that shit, weren't it? So I kept going over, kept forcing it. And then we know what happened after that, when he ended up with the Herbies a lot later, threw them all under the bus. Evil couldn't stand him because two narcs, when they run into each other, there's a Sam Vaknin video from back in the day, which came out pretty much the day after Ricardo and Evil met each other. And that's a very interesting video. And I remember seeing it at the time. And at the time, I didn't believe that. Well, I kind of knew that Evil was a narc, but I didn't know for sure. And I didn't know for sure that Sam Vaknin was commenting on or using that stuff. So I didn't know. But yeah, I would say that one's probably pretty telling. And that'll probably be the next one that I'll mirror, is that one, which is coming up actually. It'll be like next week I'll do that one. So that all happened in over a very long period of time. Like I say, he went through the Herbies under the bus twice. And all of that happened, but now he's saying that we were saying that we were through it. We were going to ring in school.
Yeah, I don't think anybody buys this stuff. It's super ridiculous.
Yeah, I just thought I'd give the backstory because then it's done, innit?
A lot. Yeah,
I didn't want anyone to say, get the fuck off my channel. No, it wasn't you that banned me. It was Ricardo who banned me. Yeah, it was Ricardo. Do you remember it though? Remember it, G Reed? It was on Ricardo's channel, and I went over to try and talk to. I think I went on the panel, and I'd not been on the panel with you guys ever, and it was the first time I'd gone on. I seem to remember. I think I was away. I think I was staying in an Airbnb or something at the time. It was like I seem to remember being because it was Easter weekend. It was around Easter weekend. And yeah, like 2 years ago or something. That's fucking crazy. 2 years ago. This has been going on for 2 years. That was longer now. Yeah, maybe longer. Fucking crazy. We're in Hogwash season now. We're in like season 5.
Hogwash season.
Yeah, well, we're in Dink Dink season. But I think that maybe this is a subsection of Dink Dink season is Hogwash season, because we're still in Dink Dink season. I still haven't got to the bottom of the fucking Dink Dinks, but maybe we have moved into Hogwash because it's just full hogwash. You know, when they get to the point where they're calling Vic a fucking pedo and coming up with 3 year stuff and talking about fucking calling the kids school. This is all because Carl went on that fucking panel. What do you think, D-Reed? Because I'm just trying to look at the timing of this. And this is what they do. They just like, oh, look at when this person said this. I mean, good luck, guys. Do you know what I mean? They're going to turn around and do this. I was saying it's a bold move, isn't it? Going after someone's fucking trying to do that with their enemies. It's going to be like, oh, Dean, look, she called you this name. Dean, look, she said something bad about you. And you're like, you're really going to do that with Dean? You're going to try. It's like they've got no other fucking tactic. Anyone with a bit of dynamism wouldn't try this one in this situation. There's a full channel, mate. It's all on my fucking channel. You can look at them. You can look at the videos that I made about D. Reed, who's in my chat right now. You can look at the videos I've made about fucking Albert and Dean and everybody. And Dean's made shit about me. So go on, good luck with your tried and tested fucking getting people to talk shit on each other, because me and Dean can talk shit on each other and it don't matter. We've been talking shit on each other for fucking 2 years. So good luck with your fucking Iago bullshit. I'd like to see you try. I would like to see you try. In fact, you are trying in this video. Sorry, Vic, I'm not letting you talk much.
No, it's okay. We're done doing the Lego for tonight, so now you have my full attention now.
How far did you get with it?
We're about to start doing the loop.
Ooh, good place to leave it.
Yeah.
So how many palm trees did you do? Was only the one?
We just did the one.
Is there a place to put the little power up on the top of the palm tree?
No. Actually, not on the palm tree, but power-ups go on top of the loop-de-loop and on the little grassy part.
That's cool. But you should be able to make your own level at some level as well, surely. I suppose it won't fit together, but with your own, if you've got some extra bits of Lego.
If you have your own pieces,
you know, just some extra bits. You've got the special bits to make the loop. You can just use generic, can't you, for the rest?
Yeah. My wife really wants the Home Alone house.
Wow, I didn't even know they did them. I didn't even know they did that.
Yeah, they have the Home Alone house, and she wants to use it, like put it out at Christmas time and stuff.
I think that'd be lovely. That'd be really nice. Have it in the window.
Yeah.
Is it quite small though? Is it like a small thing?
It's not super small. It's not big too.
Yeah, those Lego things, they're not huge, are they, once they're made?
No, they're not terribly big.
Oh, that's nice. That's it. You guys were always Sam with each other, weren't you? D Reed and Red Bull, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's nice. That's it. It's the discretion of the house. The lady of the house, isn't it? Lady of the house speaking. If it's your house, you get to say the rules. You like Ricardo and Evil. What do you like about him?
For fucking white trash who wipe butts for a living. Do you think anybody gonna take action to defend
Don't
their
give a
kids?
fuck about it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, right? So, Bristol Bones Spastic, I'd like to see what it is you like about this, right? Because you could say, oh, it's funny, they're taking the piss. Aren't they funny, cool little trolls? Aren't they funny troll indeed? But you're like, okay, if it was fresh, if it was like a year old, maybe, if they didn't make 2 streams a night on it, on the same loop, you could maybe argue that they're funny. It's Beavis and Butthead TV. Even Darius didn't do this to this level. Do you know what I mean? This is lame. This is old man. Do you just like seeing old men rotting? Is that brain rot? Is that what you like? I just genuinely, maybe my tone seems accusatory. I don't mean to be accusatory. I'm just being, this is just how I talk. But like, I am genuinely want to know, like, what is it you like about these guys? What is it? Because I'll tell you something, like, when he's being nice, he's just kissing arse. As Red Bull knows, he just comes around for cans. He sees people as resources. He is a cartoon character. So he looks at someone and he sees a fucking fried chicken. Or he doesn't. You know, you're either a fried chicken or you're like a hole or a fucking one of those boxing gloves that's coming out at him with a sign saying like Acme boxing glove or whatever coming straight at your face. That's what he sees. You're either a threat or a fucking feast. That's all it is. I'm just going to go and get a drink of water.
Oh boy. So now I have the floor. I really have nothing to say. I wonder if Mr. Ben Spastic is available tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Go Vega. Go Vega. Go Vega. Go. I need my
Yeah, so Mr. Ben Spastic, are you available tomorrow, Vic says. Ooh la la.
Thinking of doing a stream tomorrow.
Yes. Let's have another chat, another Vic and Ben chat. That was an interesting one. As I said to Vic earlier, I was like, I only saw bits of it because I'd done my time on that stream before Vic turned up. I'd done more than my time on that stream and I had other shit to do.
I don't know. Just figured maybe I'm just gonna cruise around for YouTube channels. Somebody wants to join me, that's fine.
Go on the hunt for Georgie. See if you can find him. I'll find him on Twitch for you.
I will look for Georgie.
Actually, I won't because
I might not find Georgie. Might not find the Georgie, but I will find a Georgie.
Rhyme wine. That's what you used to say. It was like chirpy, chirpy rhyme, something like that, and all these other weird things. Oh my god, it was fucking crazy.
There will be somebody named Georgie.
Yeah, there was a Georgie. We need a Ricky Martin sticker. Well, yes, Ricky Martin, I'd heard about that as well. Maybe that's worth a karaoke. I was thinking as well today, if Lewis is around, we'll do the karaoke soon. We'll start doing that. I've got a few days. I'm going away. I will be going away on Wednesday, so I'll be gone from then. But prior to that, I've got a bit of free time, so I can do maybe a karaoke stream if people are interested. Maybe we could do it tomorrow. Would you be interested in doing karaoke tomorrow if I did it? Sunday night, all right?
Possibly. Possibly.
Do a short
I'll be there, but
You're not going to sing?
I'll sing. I'll sing.
All
I'll
right, if
sing.
you're going to sing, that's all right then.
I'll sing if I can. If it's not like if my people over here are not sleeping, yeah.
We kind of won't forget the shorts that he likes to comment on. Oh, mate, he'll get some more shorts as well. He's going to get plenty more to comment on.
I
This is
would
what
like.
I do in my video.
I would like to do like a turntable routine thing again, like I did
Oh, that
last
was
time.
cool.
If
Yeah.
I could do it, maybe I could pre-record it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that'd be cool if it was live, though.
Yeah, I know, but
So, yeah, Lewis, are you around tomorrow if we do a Ricardo, a karaoke Ricardo stream? We could do one. And any of the Herbies, if they want to come and do a song, they can do. As I've said many times, if you want to fucking address your complaint with me, this is the point that's overhanging all of this. They could come and join me on a panel at any time and discuss any problem they have with me. Just like I've done with Evil, just like I've done with all these other people. Just like me and Evil have actually done it a couple of times. And it was fine. Every time he was offering that olive branch, I was open to it. But Ricardo and Q, would not have it. They would not. And I was interested in that, about how he flipped back, how he decided he stopped doing it. Obviously now it's too much hard work. But like, and he's gone too far now. But like, there was a time when he was, I don't know what he was doing, but he would come and try and make peace with me. It happened like 3 times. Red Bull was there for one of them. It was very strange. And then the pressure would get put on him, and he would either he'd just flip, he'd act like nothing had happened, or he'd just get really fake angry about nothing, and he wouldn't even say what it was. He'd just be angry. He would just be there going rah with nothing, and it'd just be enough to just pass it through for like that bit of time before Ricardo would come and make some shit up, and then it'd just start up again as if nothing had happened. It was really interesting, but he'd like go off and have these like moments where he'd try and be all right. He'd just be all right. It was right weird. I don't know what the pressures were that made him change.
Young MC, bust a move. I could probably do bust a move. I could probably do it. Very relevant.
No,
Bust
not
a
just
move
the Bitch and CP karaoke stream. And everyone
for
karaoke.
the incels that we got around here.
And everyone karaoke stream, Lewis, especially you. Do you know what I mean? Come on. See, if everyone wants to come on and do a song. Come on and do us a song. Volp. Come on and do us a song, Volp. Use the fucking voice changer for it. It'd be really good. Mr. Lizard. Speaking of voice changers, come on, do us a song. You know what I mean? We'll do that. Dance routines. Murray, yep. If Murray wants to come up, he won't though. I suppose Dawson could do us a song if he wanted.
Dawson, yeah.
Yeah, you reckon Dawson would be good at doing us a song, maybe? Should we have a listen more to these guys? What do you reckon? We've not got to your bit yet. We've not even got to the bit where you put your fucking... Let's get to that bit.
Barely got through
Welcome to
this.
the United States, man. Welcome to America. That's how it is here.
Ricardo, like ZP said one time, when we were friends with her trying to calm her down of her psychosis and schizophrenia, she said one time, I'm going to unite a lot of female women, feminists, not female women, feminists, and go to YouTube headquarters and protest against being. We were like, CP, what you're saying doesn't make sense. There's no YouTube headquarters, and there's nothing you can do. Like,
there is actually. There is officers, because Nathan Barnard. I remember asking Q about the YouTube officers. Yeah, and I was saying stuff along the sides of, why don't people go down and like talk about shit with YouTube? We were talking about how, I think it was when it was either Evil's channel went down, it must have been, and so it was like saying like, why can't people just go into the offices and just fucking ask them about it? If no one's talking to you on YouTube and you can't get access to a person, why not go into the offices? And I was like, yeah, you could go in with a D-lock and all that shit, but I wasn't going to ever unite a load of feminists. That's his word. I don't use the word feminist for a start. Like, that's just not a thing that it's the same as with all the fucking labels that people are banding around to start fights and to split people at the moment. I just think the big thing that would solve all the problems that are going on at the moment with people is if people just turned around and said, you can call me whatever you want, because pronouns or whatever are for other people to use. So when people are just getting offended at other people calling them something. So why don't you just let people call things what they want, and then you have your own name for yourself, and then that's it, isn't it? So it's the same with, it doesn't matter then, does it? I'm just like, it's weird. I just don't understand where this word issue is. But like, feminist is an old one. This is one of the trigger words from a long time ago. Yeah, like, it's stopping people from having any sort of discussion about anything, because you're just like, oh, that's a feminist thing. It's just feminists, And I've met some feminists in my time. Do you know what I mean? And it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? But like, there's no isms. I'm not signed up with any fucking teams. I don't need to do that. He's got such a shallow view of women that it's like, you're either a feminist or a whore, or what, an old grandma, or someone who you're going to, instead of like the maid and the mother and the crone, you've got feminist, whore, and old grandma. But I mean, he milks old grandma for narcissistic supply. That's what he does. That's what he does. That's his fucking job, milking old grandmas for narcissistic supply. That's what he does. Preys on the old, you know what I mean?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, I don't know, but like, I think it's interesting because, we said, I think it was Red Bull who told me that he's told him that he used to be his sister's like this big feminist or something. So it's on his mind, this. Is he associating me with his sister at some level there? For him to use that word feminist, I find that interesting anyway, because I've never used that word.
All these women are saying that Dean is a monster. Let's shut down the channel. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Well, considering I didn't meet any other women on YouTube until I had a chat with Angela, who is Dean's missus. So it's like, we're talking, who am I going to unite? Who am I going to unite with on YouTube? Which females to go against Dean? This was before Hayat. This was just me talking about. This is a really small offhand comment that was made, as I say, in a grooming environment where they're all coming up with ideas to sort of ruin people and get people, and like Q is getting people to like trying to find out who's weak enough to do his little bidding for him. That's what joy he's getting out of that. Not really wanting to ruin people potentially, although he probably wouldn't mind it. But like, actually getting people to do shit for him is his game. So there was that. So it's just interesting that these are the things that he remembers, the times when they got me to say certain things, and he's like saved them up as gotchas, but they're just not really gotchas, because it's just me talking about the potentiality of people protesting I don't think I even said about protesting, really. I think I really just said, oh yeah, you could go down with a D-lock and just go and just like refuse to leave until you got to speak to a human. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like talking about stuff like there's some like really bad people on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like actual people who are like actually, there's like women who have got their kids doing shit on YouTube who are fine, and YouTube are letting it happen and all that stuff. So it's like, that's what I was sort of referring to, is these people who really get away with things. And I was like, why don't people just go down and say something at the offices? Because I do know those offices exist, especially at least in LA. I think it was in LA, because that's when Nathan Barnett went and did his performance piece on there, I remember. Evie thought he was hilarious.
Evie.
Yeah, Chudley, I agree with you. It's like, if you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly. It's like, it is what it is. I agree with that. That's what it is. It's like, let's just get down to nuts and bolts about it instead of like putting these words on it and making it all. It's a bit old hat, isn't it? It just shows how old he is and how narrow he is with his thinking. I don't know. Maybe it's because he's in a third world country or something. I don't know. But like, because his sister's a feminist, which is probably that she just doesn't fucking get beaten up or something. So she must be a fucking feminist. So therefore I must be a feminist because I'm not a whore or a thing at this moment in time for him. But the rest of the time I'm a whore or a grandma. Because this isn't me, you know what I mean? This is just some script.
Wouldn't she just get out of the key?
Exactly.
Right? She didn't talk about this, right?
Okay, show what
I'm sorry. I'm.
No, don't worry, man. Don't worry. I wanna show you.
Right,
Oh,
so you're
shit.
watching the
I
screen.
haven't seen this guy for a long time, man.
Yeah, he's using his
so they
real
just
face
go.
on the Victor Vega
So before we start though, they've just gone from them talking about that. They've got no proof of any of this stuff that they're saying about me having a psychotic episode and them trying to calm me down because I was going to go to the officers in LA with a load of women from YouTube and protest about Dean, right? They've gone from that without anyway, onto this, right? Completely no segue, nothing. We're just straight onto this completely. We're just going to go onto this other pronged attack so we can attack not just me, but just this whole little bit of life that's happening over on YouTube in this bit. Just all of us lot coming together in whatever way we do. It's not a group or anything, you know what I mean? Just like everyone coming together and coagulating. They have to try and laser that one out. So we're just going to go and do this multi-pronged attack, which is completely connected in their brain, but there's no connection offered in their argument at all here. It's just here we are with more old content because we've got nothing. No one's asking for their opinion. No one's even fucking reacting to them yet. Not yet. It's all coming, but it's not yet. So they've got no reason for any of this, right? And now I'll let you talk and stuff, Vic. I'll shut up. I'll not say anything now. This is your reaction, okay?
Okay. I want to try to do like a close up. I want to look at the latest video, Ricardo. I want to do a close up.
Evo, we passed his subscribers. Huh? We passed his subscription numbers.
Ricardo, I'm not gonna sound like I don't want to sound like an idiot, but we helped him get this.
Too late for that.
He had like 20 people watching, like the Herbies and all of us. I was watching him for
20 people watching. This is what it's all about for Evil, innit? It's 20 fucking plastic ding-dings who he's trying to convince. Yeah, because you're on, because you try and laser out anyone else. Sorry, I'll shut up in a minute. I'm sorry, Vic. I'll shut up in a minute. But yeah, he tries to laser out anybody else. And so he's like, oh yeah, 20 people are watching us. Yeah, and look who's in your fucking chat. Now shut up.
Months or hours.
Even me, I follow him because you guys. Yeah, I remember. Evo, what the hell is this CP on his channel? He shows CP there.
Look at this, Ricardo. It says A-Bulb. You know, he tagged A-Bulb, and this is like a kid.
What is that all about? Click on the video.
No, I don't think I want to get
it's a puzzle.
No, I mean, what the fuck is that? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you say to this, Vic? Where's he gone? We're at the bit now. This is the bit. Where have you gone, Vic? Oh, man. I have to wait for Vic to come back before we play this. We finally got to it as well. We finally got to it. And he's gone. Oh, no. Hello, Vic. Oh, maybe he did. Did he?
Hello?
Oh, he's back. Hello. Sorry, did I get you while you were in the shitter?
The FBI is at the door. I'm on.
Not Larry.
Yeah, they're coming to pick me up. So
Fucking hell, yeah, because you showed this.
yeah, because I showed Star Search. You're not supposed to do that.
Man,
Oops.
this is scraping the bottom of the barrel in it.
So that's what it is. It was because of that.
They're just
That's hilarious.
I think it's because this happened because I think mainly because it's at Volp. So they're like, oh shit, Vic's talking to Volp. He's not just talking to CPE now. Do you know what I mean? It's happening. The thing we've always feared. Honestly, they
I
are
can tell you what happened.
Scared,
the reason
mate.
why I posted that is because Volp put a comment on my video that I didn't get no views, right? Which is fair. And I just that's Britney Spears on Star Search, and she's singing the song "I Don't Care."
Yeah, exactly. It was obvious to anybody who watched it, right? But the thing is,
well, I don't care who it's obvious to. It was a message for. It was a little joke for
yeah,
Volp.
yeah. But the point is, like, why are they?
Hey, whatever.
Why are they acting like they don't get it? You know what I mean? Is it that?
Because it makes me look bad, apparently.
Yes,
Which they can play. I can play the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing and tag him in it.
Yeah,
I mean, fuck.
No, well, the thing, just do loads of kid videos. No, that would look weird. But it's just so strange that like they've what they're saying here, what they're showing here is that they've got nothing because it's like, oh yeah, we're going to slag this person off so bad. We're going to really slag them off, really have a go at them. This person's made such an horrible, such a terrible person. And what we've got on them is that they've posted a video to someone else having a conversation which we are not involved in at all. Nobody wants to talk to us, but we're going to, apart from the ones that they go and get themselves, you know what I mean? They're obviously doing it. Nobody wants to talk to us, so we have to go and get people.
I wish
them in. So then nobody wants to go on.
I'm starting to wish I did this on my channel because I would show the video.
Well, we can. I'll show the video in a minute. I'll show it. But it's just interesting to me. Like, look at this from Paste on this comment here. CPE at age 12, that's his thing, that's his joke. Now, that's a joke that we just had. You know, it's just like, you've just been calling me a whore and all the rest of it and calling me all this horrible stuff, but this is all you've got, is saying that I'm like Britney Spears. Like, do you know, I haven't got the words for it. It's like, it's low qual is one way of putting it. But it's not just the low quality of it.
Not the greatest joke, but
no. Well, I mean, that Furious Grandma's a bit like this. It's the small D energy. It's the opening the floodgates into the dink dinks, and these are the forerunners of it. These guys are the cool dink dinks. They think they're cool, but they are fully dink dinks, and they've just been here for a while. And it just shows with the comments. This is one of the ways it shows, but because they just don't understand, they just don't get it. But it's just like they just have to talk about me. Do you know what I mean? That shows it. That just shows it. That comment there, they just have to have my name in their mouth. It's nothing. It's just weird and creepy. And these creeps who are creeping while we're sleeping are now going to say that they're big gotcha that they've got on Vic. Someone they wouldn't talk about for fucking ever and ever because they're so fucking scared. They're being pushed to do so now, and I wonder why. And they're going to do it because he's got a video of Britney Spears on his channel. Like, they've not said anything about anything else that we've done, or when we've talked even about them, even slightly on your fucking point and click streams or anything. They've been very careful not to promote things.
This didn't even come to my mind.
Yeah. This is just absolute craziness, isn't it? I mean, on that little bit that I saw when I saw Q making his fucking stupid comment, the second of that I saw of that stream from, I couldn't believe they'd done another one. They're like sat doing the AI, analysing the AI art that I put on that tarot stream with with Wayla. And you just like talk about getting involved in conversations which literally have nothing to do with you at all. I mean, the tarot, nobody wants to talk to you anymore, guys. Do you not get the idea? Nobody wants to talk to you. You're horrible, horrible people. You know you are. You're antisocial. You've got your dink-dinks. You've got your fake viewers. You've got your fake friends. You've got paste. You've got the people who haven't got anywhere else to be, like Dave C. So there you go. Off your fuck. Like we said. If you've got a problem with me, you can address it on a panel. Oh, maybe you can't. Maybe you have to do private streams that nobody cares about. Nobody actually watches any of your shit.
Motherfucking
Nobody
Star Search.
cares.
That's fucking hilarious.
You have to go and get your 20 bust-in simps because of people who are so desperate to talk to people that usually they have to pay. That's where you're at, guys, and you know it. And now you're going on Vic because he's got a fucking video of Britney Spears on. It just shows you, doesn't it? I mean, for you, right? This isn't your highest quality offering, is it, Vic? Do you know what I mean? This isn't your high art.
No.
Isn't. You know what I mean? This is just a throwaway comment from Vic, and they're making a stream over that.
Right. Yeah.
That's how sad they are for fucking content. How jonesing they are for fucking content. And I mean, like I say about going to our mutual friend Hayat as well. I'll not mention too much about him, but it is like this is that level of mining, that level of desperation. Shall I play it? Or have you got something to say?
Oh yeah, do whatever you want, man. I don't have nothing to say.
All right. Well, just tell me to shut the fuck up because I'll just rabbit on for ages, and I want you to have your say as well.
I don't really have much to say about this stuff. I think it's amusing, actually.
Well, it is. That's the thing. It is funny. That's it. That's why we're here to laugh at it. You know, it's fucking, you know, it's just funny. I mean, it doesn't sound maybe that I am laughing, but to me, it is. This is my enjoyment. This is my fucking entertainment. This is the interactive.
I have better things that entertain me, but
no, this is really.
This is amusing. Like I just whenever that came up, and obviously I heard it from Albert's video, and because he tagged me in it. And then I was like, what the fuck? And he said that they were saying that I was posting inappropriate pictures in the Discord. And I thought that was funny.
I'd love to see them.
It's funny. It's funny how long it took. Like Albert nailed it. He said, you know, you like, how come you didn't say it at the time? You're saying it now. It took him this. Come on, guys. It took you this long to think of this. Come on, you can do better. I know you can do better.
And don't you think it's interesting that a guy who struggles to remember from day to day, who's supposedly drunk out of his skull most of the time, is all of a sudden remembering all these facts that don't even need evidence or anything to them because they're so factual. And obviously Ricardo was there as well, so he can concur that it happened. But people fucking buy it. And I find that really interesting. But yeah, the entertaining factor for me is just how much they have to scrape. That's because we haven't been doing anything apart from, like, you know, I haven't done any reactions to them guys properly for a bit. You definitely haven't. And we've just been doing our own thing.
Fucking Star Search.
So the Star Search triggered it, but it's Carl coming back that triggered it.
Anybody that watches Star Search
should
be indicted.
It's absolutely crazy. Well, as I said to Dean, we were all watching, me, you, and Whisper watching Cuties, weren't we? We weren't, by the way. We weren't. Revenge doom scrolling, yes. Well, I don't know. Well, that's what they're doing all the time. That is what they're doing all the time with this. That's what this is. Yeah, you're right there. This is like that cyber stalking, Facebook bullshit, reading through your partner's old texts, but done publicly on a public channel when you've got and they've got like a feedback, haven't they? They've got like the narcissistic feedback coming back from the chat and all the people and the acolytes and the new subscribers and all that. But they've also got, I don't know if they're feeding themselves by making these lies that they can believe themselves, because it's just a script and it just keeps itself going. So he'll believe his shit. He'll believe this shit, and then he's a better person, isn't he? He feels like a better person for it for a little bit.
They're on looking at YouTube channels after I did it. That's interesting.
Is that what they're doing now? Are they?
I mean, that's what they're doing on the screen, right? They're looking at mine.
Well, yeah, but they're doing it because I think that something's pushed them to move in a certain way. They've gone and done this because you've connected to Volp on this.
I'm not connected to Volp.
No, I know. But to them, they're so scared. They're so desperate. Did you see Tommy on my fucking tarot stream?
No.
Right. So he came on and did all this like tarot destroys with his little fucking pet buttocks, I might add, came along with him. And then you wonder, Chudley, come on, man. The legacy of Rick, you said you've been around for a bit. In the past, we used to come at stuff with evidence, with print screens, with bits and bobs, right? These guys have completely cheapened the whole experience. A gotcha used to be a proper fucking gotcha. You know what I mean? Like when they fucking did 8-Bit Eric with his voice and shit like that. Proper fucking gotcha. Not this shit. This is what you guys have to settle for now because you let these guys fucking run the fucking show. It's ridiculous. What was I on about anyway? But yeah, like, so Buttocks comes on with Qya to multiple streams and everyone says, I'm crazy. It's crazy. So anyway, they both come on to that. There was like 5 people in the comments. There wasn't anyone there. Do you know what I mean? It was just me and Whaler doing some tarot. It was it. You came right at the end, didn't you? And
yeah.
In that time, Tommy came up with like quite a funny thing, right? And I thought to myself actually afterwards, I was like, that's some effort he went to there. Actually, he went and he found. And I thought to myself, is he trying to actually start a to and fro? I think he's trying to play something. He's trying to make it all seem a lot nicer than it was, so that it doesn't look bad. So when I look back over it and they don't look as bad as they were because it's just friendly trolling. Do you know what I mean? So he was on that's what he's trying to, I think that's kind of what the angle he's trying to feather. So he came on and he started doing these quotes from the Bible, which were actually quite funny. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, that's great. That's a great little input to the stream, having like that counterpoint of someone from putting these quotes out, these well-timed quotes from the Bible. I was down for that, actually. I thought that was quite a cool little thing to bring to the table. I was like, yeah, that's actually humorous and whatnot, right? But he had to do it with one of those bots, so he flooded the chat every time. He had to do it like that. And that was very telling as well, because it was like how he used Buttocks to ban everyone from my chat that time. So he's always tried to stop communication, and that's his big thing. He tries to stop communication, either by splitting, getting people to talk bad about each other. That's really Ricardo's tactic, but he's adopted it. Definitely manipulation of the chat. So it's very interesting how he uses comments. He does it like future thinking with it. He knows they're going to be deleted, or if they don't get deleted by the streamer, he will delete them himself. So he will use them to block communication and run interference and stuff, so that when people watch it back, there's no chat. There's like people can't really talk because he will flood it. So it's like the extra effort he had to go to not only find all those quotes, but get a bot and come and try and destroy my tarot stream with his botted responses, which is a lot of effort in it and a lot of investment for someone who he's putting about to his ding-dings that I'm clout chasing him, apparently. So he's doing that sort of shit in the chat. That is how scared they are of anything coming out, anyone doing anything, anyone having any. I had a 5-person chat. There was no one watching it. Do you know what I mean? It's that level of scared. So the reason I say this is because you think it's out there for me to be saying that because you tagged Volp in this video and that you and Volp have had a couple of interactions, that's not enough to set them off. It fucking well is, mate. Because they are they're wound that tight on it. Do you know what I mean? That's what I was saying about Tommy with the fucking tarot the other day. They're wound that tight. You can't just come in and do that bullshit with the fucking Bible shit, which is cool, right? He couldn't just do that. He had to flood it and do all that shit. It's like there's an actual investment. There's an actual something behind everything that they're doing. It's not just trolling. It's not just messing about. They want to split. They want to. They're like, oh shit, Vic's talking to Volp. Honestly, 9 views. They watched it at 9 views. You know what I mean? What sort of a threat is that?
It's no threat.
Should we watch the video then? Shall I find it?
Find what video?
Your video.
The video of it's in the dashboard. If you go to the
I mean,
bottom,
they might play it. They might play it. Should we watch it? See if they play it first.
no, they're not gonna play it because it might be illicit. Like that's such a it's a bullshit. They're just trying to be funny because obviously it's on YouTube. It's nothing wrong with it, but they're still acting like, oh, don't click on it. It might be something bad.
I don't have to find
It's so stupid. Like come on, man.
Let me just.
You're obviously pantomiming.
I don't care. Oh, there's someone here. Hello. Who's this?
I don't care. I don't
Is that you?
care.
All right.
I don't care. It's not my business, not really fair. There's no one can make me like God, let me crazy. I don't care.
That's what the whole
That's what they're
hoopla is
on
about.
That's what that. Well, anything for me.
I mean,
it's just the why.
it does encapsulate exactly how I feel about this. I mean, if you can 30-second video to show how I feel, this is it. And that's what it is. That's all it was meant to be.
That's all it is. It's obvious. It is obvious. Even to them, it must be obvious. You know they're faking it.
It's basically a meme. It's basically a meme. It's like a GIF reaction.
Of course. But why? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Let's have a look.
Let's click on the video, but before let's analyze this, Ricardo, based on the information I gave you about he being a pedophile, at least with pedophile tendencies, what do you make of this, man? If I show you this after I tell you.
Did you hear that? How he's
pedophile tendencies? What are those? What are pedophile tendencies?
Just saying it out, oh, he's a pedo or anything like that. He's like really hammering it home, trying to make it out like it's some serious fucking accusation. Where's the fucking evidence? If you're going to do shit like that, the legacy of Rick, oh my god, it's just, like, it must be that they just have no respect for their audience at all. It must be. Can you see where I am with this? I don't know if people just think I'm schizophrenic for this reason, but I just can't understand where there's no quality control here at all. Like, you're calling someone a paedophile, you're putting all this investment into the thing, and you're putting nothing behind that at all. That was not what it used to be like around here. And it just shows either the quality of their audience, I'm sure they're not that low quality, but it's what he thinks of his audience that he's not even bothering. He just knows he can segue from this to that and not even like put anything in that at all. It's entirely self-indulgent.
It's not really illegal. Ben Speck's saying it's illegal. It's not illegal because they're not dragging my name through the mud. They're dragging Victor Vega, who's not a real person, through the mud. And I'm not losing any money off of this. There's no damages. My reputation is not in question here at all. So do what you want to do. Hey, if I'm really that, then call the authorities and stop me.
Yeah.
Make sure not another kid gets hurt.
Exactly. If that's what your main problem is, which we know it isn't, because look at fucking how they jump. This is what Fatal Vision was talking about earlier on Dean's. Like, if someone just
Red Bull has a point. Red Bull has a point.
That says more about you than it says about us. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, your brand. Exactly. Yeah. What would Volp say? Where is Volp? Volp, where are you? Why aren't you here? I'm sure he's not blocked. I can't. I'll have to check after the stream. I will. Red Bull. I don't think I've got any mods. I think Vic's literally my only mod.
Pull up pedophile tendencies. Let's see which ones I fucking which boxes I tick.
Okay, that's a good idea. No, because then I've got to search that on my computer, and then I'll get on a list. No.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't.
But it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. That.
I mean, I've had background check recently. You know about a situation.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh mate, it's not about the what, it's about the why. Because we know that pedo is like one of those like neat. I mean, they've already called me it. You know, it's complete. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing for it. You know what I mean? They just push it and then they're like, okay, well, people are going for it, doing the call and response based on our say so of it. So we're just going to keep on doing that. And we're just going to keep on bussing in people who are at that sort of level who are going to give us the feedback for that. So that's where they're putting their points in now. You know what I mean? To go and literally mine those types of people and find them and bring them over to this nice corner that was separate from all of that. And that's where my fucking self-indulgence comes in. Because I'm like, why are you opening the fucking floodgates of the small D's? The small D energy of Captain N. We already sent him packing, and now you've got 1 million of them now coming in, making the little jokes. Some of them are the big cogs. Oh, because that's what I was talking to you about, wasn't it? It's like, because look at Ricardo and that. I mean, they have got to keep coming up with shit. I think that's part of the pressure on them as well, because they are busting in these ding-dings. So, like, there's going to be a portion of them that just go with it. There's a portion of them that are just grateful. And I think Queen Monica falls into that category. And then you've got a portion of them that are going to want some quality of some sort. They're going to want at least something different. So they're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel way more than they had to before. It's not just run and pace now. You know what I mean? They've got like a few people they need to throw a little bit of meat to them every now and again. So they're going to keep coming like properly, really going through the back logs to get anything. I mean, they'll make streams off this now forever, just for the same thing. But like I was saying to you before, like
all the power to them.
Let's see what they do. But like with their chat and how you've seen their ding-dings come in, they are also ding-dings for the sub community. So it's like you've got a lot of, because, we've got so many people who are so mental in this place anyway, and that's us lot. And then you've got the wider YouTube, of which the sub for sub community, even the retro sub for sub community, is much more connected to. And there's even more mental issues there because they're not exploring it. They're not talking about it. They've not got it wearing the heart on their sleeve. It's hidden to them. They think they're all right getting their likes and paying for their happiness and, all of it being consumerism, branding, following these big YouTubers and all that. They're in that world. So they're already, there's a load of fucking crazy psychology going on there as well.
Well, you know what? I wish them all the luck in the world for that.
Well, yeah, but you see them coming into evil.
They're trying
I
so
don't
hard.
wish them in the luck in the world because that's going to be the undoing of our society. But never mind, that's going to happen anyway because of AI, so it doesn't matter. The AI will kill us before the ding-dings do. But they want to create a nation of fucking ding-dings. And this is what's happening. And this is why this is like a microcosm of what is happening in the wider world. It's like they need to shut down intelligence. They need to shut down people who ask questions. And this is what we're seeing, a small version of it with these guys. It's like politics. It's just covering backs. It's the same fucking shit. It's just a small version of how humans do it. And what we see here as well is, again, another scaling up and scaling down thing. You've got the ding-dings coming into this new fresh place and evil's showering them with attention, and anyone who fucking comes and slags me off gets special treatment like Queen Monica. So, like, it's a whole culture, a whole way of acting, straight in with the call and response, the repetitive, the hypnotoad, the strange language, the herby-derby, all that, right? The hypnosis. And then they're all well, not all of them, but a few of them are showing their colours. And that's what I've seen in the small bits that I have seen. And that's when I pointed out certain characters who are trying to be the big cogs. Because we've all been in the wider YouTube. We know how that works. We know how that psychosis goes down and how those people are and how they have to be the big cog. And all of a sudden they're the producer and all of a sudden they need to be involved, and they know everything about everyone, and they're making jokes and making comments about all these people who they literally didn't even know anything about up until 2 days ago. But they get up the ziggurat lickety split, and then the next thing you know, they're in there, like Ricardo at some level. But at least Ricardo was kind of one of us for a long. He was always around the edges trying to mine and suck fucking blood off people for a long time. So it's not the same, but it's a similar sort of thing. Well, anyway, like you've got those people jostling for position, and you see them stand out. Not all of them are like that, but a lot of them are. Then you've got Evil and Ricardo over at the Sub for Subs. They've got to be the big cogs as well, haven't they? So they're going in, being the big cogs. You just know it. And so they can't just be a Sub for Sub. They're not just normal Sub for Sub guys, are they? They're the big cogs. So and especially Ricardo's really minding it at the moment. So then the crunch comes, doesn't it? Because, it's going to be a bit of a wider sort of net of people that they're catching, and they want the subs big time. They want a number of subs. I'm just getting.
I hope they make $1 million. I hope you make $1 million,
well,
buddy.
For me, I just find it highly amusing to see what Ricardo's been up to just by seeing what his sub count is, because he'll just be going in there mining it because he's found this.
That's so funny because he's tried so hard. I never did nothing.
He's just cheesing it.
I really, in the words of the great Britney Spears, I don't care.
Oh, well, I do. Well, I don't care. Well, I do in the sense that it shows me about how cults are formed, how religions are formed.
They've been trying so hard. They've been trying so hard.
That's what I care about. I care about their try hard. I care about the methods that they use and why. It's interesting. If it wasn't them, it'd be someone else. You know what I mean? They're just a set of rat bags. They're not, it's not. You don't have to care about them, but it's an experiment. I care about the experiment. You know what I mean? I care about the observation. I don't care about the whys and what they're saying, really. Beyond what it means to the whole thing. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. Sorry.
No. It's like they're calling you a pedo, and I've said but why is it and what's the timing? That runs so deep with me. I could just go on for hours, as I have done, about what that timing can mean, and just that combination of someone let's be right, they put the black cloud on you straight away, and that's Kuya. That's 100% Kuya. This is his strategy. He knew he could tie you off and keep you separate and never ever have any of them talk about you or to you, and that eventually you would just either die off or get so depleted that they would come and scoop you up and get you back. That's one of their tactics that they would try with you, to try and break you. You know what I mean? They're trying to housebreak you. They didn't think you were far off being housebroken enough, so they went back for it. And they've tried with you, as we know, like Q's been trying. He's got this campaign with you.
I really don't give a shit about YouTube, whatever. I was fully willing to do whatever for anybody's channel. If I could help them in any way, I'm just a piece of shit. But I was willing to do for other people's thing, because I'm not interested in, I do it for fun. I have a laugh when I go and do stupid shit, and if it's bothering people like them, I'll do it. But I'm not really interested in subs. I found out funny when he was like, "We passed him with subs." It's like,
no.
I don't even try for that stuff.
Yeah, I'm interested in that though. That's what I care about, not the subs, not the actual why, not the how, but the why. Do you know what I mean? So they're talking about subs. I don't care about their subs, what they're talking about. But I like you. I care about that Ricardo cares about it. I care about how many subs he's got at some level, because when it jumps again, you're like, oh, he's been going in those places, really hammering it. Do you know what I mean? You know what he's like. If he ain't streaming, he wants to be on a stream. He's found a font over there, and he's a high fucking level manipulator. Found a fucking font full of sad bastards who are just desperate for attention.
You know what I mean?
You can imagine what it's like. So for that makes me laugh. That's the entertainment, is like knowing the backstory. Do you know what I mean? Like when I do my game stream, I am going to do one. I'm going to do Universal Paperclips. I did do it once, and Tommy just didn't get the joke and started doing his roller coaster tycoon at the same time. Like, as a comment, it's like a tycoon type game. It can be viewed as such. It is. That's what it is. But it's got so much to it. There's no game really. It's all about the backstory. You invent the whole backstories in there. It's fantastic, and it's like that with this. You're like, I want to know what's behind that tableau. Where fucking Ricardo's so keen and so giddy about his comments with all his new fancy friends. I fucking love it. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine Ricardo going over there, snaking about, trying to get them all, woo them all over to his channel. Oh, and here's my friend Evil. Do you know what I mean? Like, knowing that what we know about these people as well. You know what I mean? That's fucking entertainment in my book. That's why I care. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But yeah, like you say about them surpassing you in subs, it's not the actual thing. That doesn't matter, does it?
I mean, I never tried to think, whatever. They said that they made my channel. Sure, yeah, whatever. That's, yeah.
Is that what they said?
Yeah. Which it's fair enough. I think it's true enough. They
I
only
don't
got,
think so.
I mean,
No.
yeah, I think so.
No, not at all. You had already got... No.
Let's let them have it. It's fine.
We'll let them have it, yeah. But it's not the truth, though. But just because... the only reason I'm going, no, is because it's not valid in the timeline. It doesn't...
I think it is.
It's not valid in the time. No, it's not. Because from my perspective, what they do is they move in on people as a pack and surround them so that nobody else can come on. So that's what they did there. They actually held you back big time because you were open to everybody. How did they make your channel by stopping you talking to a load of people?
Well, I guess you have a point there, but whatever.
They just rode you. They just collect up people, right? So they've just had to resort now to going further afield, going and busting in simps. Do you know what I mean? So like they go and collect them. They're showing they're collecting nature and how they see people as resources.
It just makes me laugh when they say like, "Oh, your streams actually suck."
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I know. It's fine. Like I get it. Yeah. I'm not in this.
You're a 45-year-old man fucking commenting on that, saying all you've got to say is that you suck and call him a pedo. That's why he does it, guys, because people like you're the lol cows. You do realise this, my guy. You what?
You saying that I'm the lol cow?
No, they are. Aren't they? Because they're commenting on conversations with people that they aren't involved in. You know, they're like commenting on a community that have nothing to do with them anymore. No one wants anything to do with them, yet we all get on and we all manage to engage. Even if we have a bit of a row every now and again, we still engage with each other. And they're still hanging on with their fake, not allowing anyone to talk, with their fake subscribers, with a few yes men who are allowed to big them up because Q said it's allowed. And apparently that everybody else is the lol cows, you see. We're all the lol cows to them.
Right.
It's like the classic tale of any story, isn't it? In the end, they were the lol cows.
I'm happy for them. But I don't know if I make a great lol cow because I'm fucking super boring.
Well, they can lol cow at me all they like, but I'm just telling them.
Much out of me.
If they like to hear about themselves, then they'll find that lolly as fuck. The good ship lollipop. But, you know, maybe it's just a bit more of holding a mirror up to you. And they don't get it very often as well. So if you're going to be milking us, then how come they're making... Well, let's do a ratio, shall we, at some point? And we'll see how many streams of theirs there are to every one of ours where we mention them. So, I mean, the fact that... Yeah, I'll make a bar chart. But when we were doing the Hobbs Barrow and the different point and clicks, yes, we occasionally discussed them, very rarely, because the game was really engaging, wasn't it? In my opinion. So,
yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, so I don't know, they never went in on you then. They never went in on you all those times, but we did talk about them occasionally. But they wouldn't. The policy was different then. That's my point. The policy has changed on you somehow. And this is another thing. I wonder who changed that policy, because Ricardo comes and he will challenge Q's policies. Q's the fucking puppet master, right? He'll come in, he'll fucking tell them all which way round to do everything. And they all, to some level or other, will get the message or the memo through their respective handler, and it'll trickle down, and eventually it'll become the policy. And then Ricardo will often push that, and he gets away with it because he's their tool and their pet, so he does. And he gets away with shit. So I wonder who pushed this change in policy. See, I get deep into the fucking law here with this one, and you probably don't get. You don't care.
I can embarrass myself if I want to.
That's very true, mate. Very true. And as a proud owner of a Sonic Lego set, you fucking
Exactly.
proud. I mean, what will fucking Master System also say about this? You should have put that on a stream, man. You should have streamed that for Master System Marceau, specifically for him. Want me to show you how to milk them, Vega?
I'll post the
Stop
finished
embarrassing
product.
myself. Oh, look at him. Oh, am I clout chasing you, Tommy? Stop embarrassing myself. Is that because I told you were embarrassing the other day when you came onto my 5-person tarot stream because you just can't hack it? Well, you tell me, Tommy, why did you put the policy change in on Vic? I'm interested. Because I know that you've been up his yin-yang as well, trying to curry favour with him, trying to get him back over to the dark side. So tell me about your strategy, if you don't mind.
Don't read too much into this stuff.
Oh, it's interesting. He's a fucking dark horse, man. I do read too much interesting. That's the entertainment. It's like a soap opera. What will Tommy do next in his desperate attempt?
Put me on blast.
Ricardo put me on blast.
I'm cooked.
Which one are you talking to, me or Vic?
Could
Oh,
be
you mean
either or.
Ricardo tried to build his channel
Could be
because no
either.
one was interested in his boring fucking shit for years, and he finally managed to get his claws
It's
into
style
evil,
of Tarantino
Beck, who was invested in that to such an extent, but he wasn't even that invested. Ricardo had to keep pushing it and keep milking it because he needs it for his channel. He needs him because without evil, he's got nothing. It's clear to see, isn't it, for everybody? So yeah, Ricardo put me on blast. Oh wow, it was like, well, like a fucking Oompa Loompa put me on his radio. Like, who cares? It's funny. Well, let him use me as the content that he wants to show himself on, because I know the truth of that more than anything. So for me, that's even more entertaining because he's using my shit that I know the truth of, which gives me a basis to base all my fucking presumptions off. It's fantastic. We kicked you and Victor out of the group. Oh, here we are with the rewrite.
No, that's how I remember it.
No, he didn't. No, they didn't. They kicked. No, mate. You got Mike overnight after having me in the group for in fact, the group that you came and you couldn't be in the Discord group that I'd made. You disappeared and licked your wounds for a bit, tried to come up with your fucking strategy, then came back with your own Discord, which I just went with. But it just shows what a little bitch you are. And how you need to be in your safe space, because it was just me, Vic, and Ron in there, and you just couldn't. Your FOMO was just that much that you couldn't be in there. You had to control it. Then I go lying again. Well, I've got it all. I've got the proof. Why am I lying? Why am I lying? Did you or did you not come over and hide around with your silence cake for a good couple of months before you made your move, Curia? Did you or did you not create a hate campaign against me, trying to get in with evil, to get him to separate from me, but you moved too fast to do so, and he was too besotted at the time, and you failed with your hate campaign made with AI, and I was onto you even then, and the fucking SpongeBob AI. Did you or did you not get so threatened by evil having some sort of relationship with some woman on the internet and not spending time being controlled by you, that you had to use anything in your power, including me going on holiday, so you could make your move when Carl did his VIP stream and cry about being banned? Yeah, exactly. Pull the strings, mate. Pull the strings. Did you or did you not do all of those things to manipulate Evil? Did you or did you not come onto Evil's stream when he was tripping and convince him that he was going to have a bad trip and psychologically manipulate him whilst he was tripping so you could brainwash him because you are so fucking scared of having a real person around? Do you or do you not solely prey on drunk individuals to be your playthings? Show me how I'm telling some lies here. Where are my lies? Where is your evidence for all your shit? And my shit has got some basis in reality and it's got some depth to it. I'm not going, oh, you're a pedo, you sad bastard. And it's because I've got a fucking quality audience. Not, where's your fucking audience, mate? Bust in from fucking plastic land. Off you go. Enjoy, because obviously it's not that entertaining because you have to come over here, don't you? Because we're the lol cows, aren't we? You just don't like having a mirror held up to yourself. That's why you had to come over to the fucking 5-person tarot stream and flood it. That's an extra level of desperation, Huria. You're absolutely over the rainbow with me at the moment. And I just, yeah, fair dues. It's entertaining to me. I'm out of your mind. Oh, right. So is that why me, the big clout chaser, had you coming onto my stream telling me you own me? See, you just lose it sometimes. And that shocks me sometimes when you do that. You go a bit fucking Jude. You go a bit cyan sometimes. And that's where the connection is when you go a bit psycho. Because like that time when you messaged me and you just lost it. And I can't even remember where it was. But you were like, I'm going to do things to you. I'm going to do things to you, CPE. I have you now. And all this shit. We do own you. Well, no, mate. Well, you own someone who's hardly ever on YouTube, for a start. And you own me so much that you had to come over to my tarot stream. If you mean you have to come and interrupt everything I do because you're obsessed with me, if you mean you have to make jokes like CPE at age 12 when someone's got a picture of a girl on the screen, because that's your level of owning, then go right ahead. Because to me, that's just focus. You're just laser focusing it. I get to see where, and I know you're obsessed with me, and I know where the sort of baselines are and stuff with you guys, because I know you as well. And you did show a bit of yourself in that Discord as well. So I get to see when you're ramping up, when you're backing off, when you're going a bit sideways and all that shit. So yeah, keep focusing it on me because you're running out of material as well, aren't you? Your audience has followed me since the Amico. Oh right, fucking PF Ferreira. Off you go then. Well, the thing is as well, mate, is that I saw you training up your Plastic Fantastics recently, so you can talk to them about the Amico because you've got nothing else to offer them. So you've got to like actually. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you the truth. Cry some more. Mate, this is low quality, mate. I'm jealous of your musical skills. My word. I don't even know what to say to that. Have you seen these comments, Vic?
Yeah, I am.
What is it?
Speechless,
What is it doing here?
Speechless.
Actually speechless. Actually speechless. Red Bull, what do you make of this?
But it's all. I am.
What do you make of this?
jealous.
Has he lost it? Is he trolling?
I'm also crying.
What is he doing? I have no idea. Yeah, he's got like the same audience as the Amico. I don't even. I mean, it's just so much. Like, oh, there's so much to unpick there, mate. Curia. I just don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Cry some more. You're jealous of my musical talent. Oh my God. That says a lot. It really does. Because honestly, mate, like, he's changing the subject now. Smash JT, you tried to copy his fucking play, didn't you? How did that work out for you? You think things can't do it, can they? That's the problem. Tommy. You sure own us. Should we listen to your sad little puppets trying to provide you with a bit of entertainment so you can carry on being their friend? Yeah, so they can dance for you in your sad little court of nostalgia.
That he has his pedophile tendencies. By the way, he's not pedophile tendencies on private. He used to put them on his streams. Every stream was like, the chick of the day is like this actress when she was 14, 15.
Is that what he's talking about? He's talking about the chick of the day that you used to put up. Oh my God. This is a guy who you can't put a picture of a fucking anything on the screen without him saying he wants to fuck it. Like, it could be a hamster. You know what I mean? It could be a fucking 2 pixels with a smiley face on it that's got a pink bow in its hair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It could be.
Oh man, I'm cooked.
Hey, Bobby, you alright?
I like beautiful women.
Yeah, well, we're not really doing much of a panel right now, but we will do one at some point. And I'll definitely message you and let you know in time so you can come on, because it was really nice seeing you the other day. Right, enjoyed having another bird about, especially you got a bit of history and that, and hearing how you met Dean and everything. That's something I wanted to know for fucking ages, how you guys all met. So yeah, that was cool. It was right good seeing you. Ricardo said YouTube offered him, but this is career as well. What's he doing? What is he doing?
It is getting late, but
yeah, sorry. Well, should we play a little bit more of this instead of talking about you? We said we were going to do it, or are you done?
Sure. Let's go for a little bit.
All right. Okay. We'll just play this for a bit, and then we'll comment on it after a bit.
When she looked like she's like that, maybe they weren't 15. But sometimes they look like they were.
He's
like,
said it
like,
now. He's put it out there.
Palo material, man.
Yeah,
what is this, Ricardo? To A-Bolt a known monster, a known fucking piece of shit.
What was that?
Some faceless, voiceless alt account online creep. Must be some sex offender, some criminal there.
This guy with his face. This is not Michael Madsen. He put his face there. This is the face of a pedophile. And this is the latest video he made 4 hours ago.
Oh my God, the desperation. How serious his voice is as well. He really wants to sell it, doesn't he?
It's a kid, Ricardo.
Pretending to be adult. A kid is pretending to be adult, even. Singing adult songs. Look.
Yeah, the worst guy, like those beauty pageants.
Dave say?
He's freaking when she was 10. Oh my!
Look at this.
Oh my God!
I'm a
It's
real
terrible.
man.
It's terrible.
I'm a real man.
Well, all I gotta say is call the cops, man.
How can they
this
make
monster
something
off the
out of this?
streets.
This is a guy who wants to shag, anything that moves if it's got a pink bow in its hair.
Come and get me.
Mrs. Pac-Man is unsafe.
Come and get me, baby.
Come
and get me.
oh, where the Fajita? You know what I mean? Like, everything this is projection. This is pure projection. For them to jump to paedophile, I don't want to think that about Evil because he never jumped to that before. But I mean, Ricardo really does jump to it a lot. It's his knee-jerk reaction, and Evil has been they've all been inspiring each other. You know, like Tommy's been inspired by Ricardo. Ricardo's been inspired by Carl. Definitely, Evil's now being inspired. It's all like mixing together now and homogenizing. So now he's going down the pedo route all the time. I mean, Ricardo, remember, let's be right, was part of the changing table up until Daria Tom to fuck off. He was there desperately clawing and grasping, and it was all about that creep 15 years of fucking dick pics making out that everyone else was a creep, and it was all about them being creeps. It was all about them being little boys and all that shit.
Ricardo was going to bat. Ricardo was going to bat for that guy.
Yeah, so he's been living in a world of
so
pedophiles on the internet for
adorable.
a very, very long time, and it's all all he knows, and yet he's trying to put that on you. And I just think
man,
a high level of projection.
Get me off the streets, man.
Oh, coming, what's your complaint on a fucking panel? Like I fucking said, or shut the fuck up. If you've actually got an actual complaint, especially something as serious as this, then show us some fucking evidence.
They're all complicit. They're all complicit.
They've just fucking trolled themselves anyway, because they're going, oh, but maybe they weren't 15. So he's there, right, there's a little girl made of pixels on a fucking computer game, and he'll be all over it, slobbering like a fucking creep, right? It's embarrassing. And then you've got, like, him projecting this on you because you've done something which has actually got a layer on it and a bit of a meme on it.
Yeah.
Season 4, no, maybe we're on season 5, the Hogwash season of Hogwash now. Hogwash season.
This is wonderful.
Right, listen.
I finally made it. I finally made it.
Bot, also known as Tommy. Yeah. Do you think I give a shit? Like you're in your world. You're in your little fantasy world where you think I give a shit about views or Ricardo's views. I saw your comment on that one bit. That was the thing I was saying. Like, I clicked on. I could not believe they'd done another stream on it. You see, the thing is, they can use me for clips because they're creating more low-quality stuff, which is the more threadbare it gets, the more it relies on their psychology. So it's just way more stuff for me. I've got so much of it. I've got it forever when I can be asked to do it. So that is the point. I put his streams on my community post. For my own cataloguing and archiving reasons. I'm not like you, Tommy. I'm not invested. Do you get where I'm coming from? I haven't got a personal investment in this. I don't cry because they've got more subs. I find it interesting and very telling. It's data. It's all just data. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, look at what he's had to respond to now. You've had to resort to this. See, this is my entertainment, Tommy. The great Tommy Uyumiko, the great troller of Tallarico, is having to come on here, and everything fails to the level that you have to call me a Welsh hog, and I'm just bitter. This is just pure projection. This is projection to a level that I don't know if you're just trolling at this point. I expected better of you than this. Maybe, though. I'm not, you know what I mean? It's like you can call me bitter all you like. If the actions prove it, you see, I don't care about your views. I don't care about your plastic fantastics, but I do care enough that you're doing it. I care why you're doing it. I care about the timing of when you do it because I know you a bit. I know your baselines. I know what some of the things that you showed in the Discord and some of the things you showed around the community at the time. I had a way of triangulating and basing that. So now I can use that as a base to analyze you guys because you are using it and you are psychologically showing something that, like, fully midlife crisis of old blokes, basically. But you're doing it like instead of it being neurons in a brains, like, you know, connecting and doing all this shit, it's actually people doing it. Yeah, community post links in the streams. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Red Bull. Yeah, I appreciate it as well when other people do it. Just give up. You lost. There is no winning. This is the thing you're saying. I'm trying to get back at them. Lost what, mate? Lost what? I lost when Evil turned on me. That was when I lost because obviously I thought he was my friend. But other than that, I haven't lost anything. I'm the same as I ever was. I'm doing the same things I did. Yeah. I'd be lost if I was like you, having to come up with shit for your shit stream so you can feed Evil with his 2 streams. You can feed Ricardo with his 2 streams to keep up your fantasy world for your plastic dink-dinks. Because you've got to keep feeding them. You're the one with all having to cause bullshit. You're the one having to stir shit with people, really low-grade shit. And just keep on going. And you're obviously bored, otherwise you wouldn't be in this stream right now doing this, you see. Having to make it about you because no one wants to talk to you, Curia. And people are getting even less interested in talking about you. And you know this. And so you're getting way less narc supply because the quality, I was talking about Rebecca Zung the other day, her thing is like you get diamond level quality and coal level quality and all these different levels of quality of narcissistic supply. And for you, you've backed yourself into a corner with some very low quality narcissistic supply there. And that's why you're coming in trying to stir this shit now. And you're getting them to stir shit with, like, trying to stir shit with Dean, which is like the most crazy fucking take I've ever seen. What's got to say now? Why don't you move on to a different place? Oh, the same old shit. Oh, fly away like a butterfly. Why don't you just move away to a different place? This way you're destroying his joke. No more Welsh hog. Hugh, you'll have nothing else on you. Thank me later. Oh, great advice, Tommy. Oh, you weak bastard. Oh, mate, come and see it. Everyone, come and see that. The fucking weak bastard. He just wants me to leave him alone. He just wants me to leave him alone. This is like Darius crying at the fucking docks. This is. Keep on crying, Hugh. Keep on crying on the internet, love. You're all right. Me and Vic will just keep laughing at you like we are doing right now.
My God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's what he wanna. That's why he's going there, right? To say, "Oh my God, you see Britney Spears, always today, this little fatty, look how she was young."
Who are they doing it for?
Victor Vela, you are a pedophile. You just don't know it yet. You're
If it had run around with you lot for much longer, who knows? You're turning into what?
I don't.
Fucking
Is
evil
this how they
turning
tell
into
you?
what?
Is this how you found out? Is this how they tell you?
This is how you know. He's a qualified
Is this how
therapist.
Do you get a letter? Am I going to get a
Yeah.
letter in the mail?
Doctor's orders. He's a qualified therapist, don't you know?
I just don't know it yet.
I just don't know it yet. I mean, who's it for, though? Who is this for? That's a good question. Who is this for, Curia? Who have you done this for?
I don't care. Yeah, you don't care because you are a
Are they that
pedophile.
offended that you don't care? Do you know what I mean? It could be that. That could have, because you just don't know. I think it really has rubbed off on Evil. He would have never resorted to this before. I don't think. He would never gone this low. Not really scraping the bottom of the barrel, really showing how obsessed. I don't know. They must think that they've got some sort of. They must be able to get some sort of gain from doing this. I'm not sure that they can push you off, or they can potentially stop some connection being made. Very much like the Tarot Destroyer thing with the flooding of the chat. He had to go that extra level to flood the chat. That was telling. That was interesting. It's. Yeah, why do you think it is? Why do you think it's saying
That was it right there. That
but you don't know it yet.
You just don't know it yet.
That's it. If you're around here long enough, we'll tell you. I'll fucking tell you. Step into my office, Big Vega, where you're a paedophile. Step into my fantasy world. You can't be more obvious, can you?
Every day I wake up, it's gonna be stress now.
Fucking FBI be around tomorrow. Like, it's.
How do I
I
find out?
can't believe how obvious he is with it. That's why I watch it, Curia. It's just so interesting.
Wow.
Oh, here's Meow Meow coming in with Curia. There's an interesting, what's the word, turn of events.
Well, he doesn't have to watch. You can tune it off.
Oh, just being a tosser, as it happens. I double dare Curia to make a song that isn't junk, and you can
Don't say
name
that.
it.
Don't say that.
I want to doodle grab Darius.
It's just a matter of opinion. Different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean?
I know, but it's just the coming in and supporting Curia aspect. Never comes in any other time. You know what I mean? It's only ever with Curia, so I'm aware of that.
She's our age. Why the fuck don't show her today? Or our age, what? You gotta go there when she was like 10 years old? What the fuck?
What are they trying to cover up here as well? This is like political stuff. Like, what are they being accused of at the moment here for them to go on like this? I'm sorry, but there's got to be something behind it. Because, like, for Ricardo to say that, you know what I mean? Like, he's just made a fucking private stream about all sorts of women who he wanted to fuck off and who he's creeped on YouTube, and it's official that he has creeped on these people, and everybody knows. He met me, he was trying to excuse himself and explain it all away. Like, I wish we had those streams. I wish I'd recorded those. I wasn't recording streams in those days, but if I'd have recorded some of them Ricardo streams from them, some of the evil streams, where he was on his back foot trying to get in with us, and he was proper kissing us, I'd love to have some backup of that, because it'd have the whole cycle then, the Ricardo cycle, but we haven't got him. But yeah, he was fully trying to explain away all that Danny Dolphin. I just said to him, I was like, yeah, I know you're a geek. I know that geeks are kind of creepy. So it's absolutely fine. I know where I'm at. I know what people are like. I didn't know how much of a creep he was and how obsessed he really, really was. And that's why he was so hell-bent on multiple streams of trying to explain away why he wasn't a creep to Danny Dolphin that time. Oh, no, sorry, not Danny Dolphin. Was it Danny Dolphin and Destiny FOMO, wasn't it? Both of them. He was well known for it. So, yeah, for him to be saying stuff like this is just, it's weird. It's just like drawing attention to the thing that you're doing. It's really, really strange.
It's not a little weird.
Sorry, were you going to say something?
No.
Go on, if you got something to say.
No, I don't
Yeah.
have nothing to say. I just, it's funny. Fucking, it just doesn't know. I'm just worried. How am I going to find out? I guess I found out. I guess he
You
told me.
found out, your therapist has told you. You're qualified
Yikes.
ecotherapist.
How am I going to tell my
Just a
wife?
pedo, you just don't know it yet. That's their levels of fact. This is the legacy of Rick. These are the people. This is what we've got now. This is what we're left with. Because
he just
I am
deflated the
not.
whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not on here all the time. I'm not going to do this all the time. I'm doing it as a slow project over a long period. You know what I mean? So it'll come out. It's just going to be a bit of a long project. There's going to be a lot of this actually, but I'm going to be watching a bit more than actually talking. It's just because it's been such a long time since I've done it. But this is what it's going to be. Volt was asking about, and Dean was asking about the book. And like the first stage of it, I'm going to be going through all the streams that I've recorded. But some of them, if they're still there, I'll be going to the real streams because they'll have the chat. And the chat's really important. So for the scale of it, because it is a cult, or a proto cult anyway, and I'm watching it form. It's like watching a bit of snot coagulating out of fucking Hayat's nose. It's like watching that happen. So that's what I'm doing, and where it goes, and the strings, and where the strings come from, and where they lead to. And so I'm going to go through the old stuff, and I will be commenting on it alongside it, but I won't be doing it to this extent. But we're going to be finding timestamps for things. I'll come up with like a theme or a question for each stream, and then we'll use that to base the timestamps around, and then anything else that we find along the way that's useful, we'll timestamp that as well. So that means I don't have to collate it on my own and just be bored listening to this shit. We can actually do a stream about it. So.
Lot weird, okay, Pace. This is a lot weird, okay. You don't put.
Can I just say as well, like, again, when you're talking about low quality shit, right? He had people, he was with Evil. I think the conflict with you was that you had your own shit. This is why they're scared of you.
I don't do anything. I'm not interested in YouTube.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's just about you.
I'm not interested in this shit.
Yeah, it's about your mindset. It's that you can't be controlled by them, and it's like you're the one that got away. So they either want to shut you down, but if you can't be shut down, you need to be controlled. If you can't be controlled, you need to be like smeared to like. I think maybe they're realizing that you're not going to disappear like they hoped you would, and so maybe that's what's pushed them to do this because now they're feeling the need to smear you, and it's a long time.
Smeared to who?
Well, exactly, to Paste, and that's
anybody that believes that stuff.
To Paste.
I don't need him.
Well, Paste is
I don't want him anyways.
He may as well be a paid sub, right? He may as well be a paid person there because he's basically doing a job. He takes this as a job. He comes on. He tries to be the most useful. He tries to be the most. He's the original big cog who turns up to anywhere and wants to be like the big cog. So, and he has to do that by a lot of the time kissing arse, which is what I pointed out. And Evil saw it a mile off. Evil isn't so stupid as what he puts out in these streams these days. I hope he's not as stupid as he appears. He didn't used to be. And he had a lot to say about Ricardo, a lot to say about Paste. Again, I think it's to do with the narc thing of like being absorbent of the person who they're with and trying to tell the person who they're with what they want to hear a bit. But I mean, that night when he was slagging off Pace, that night when he was slagging off Ricardo, there was many nights. But it was like, went on for hours and hours and hours. It was worse than me now going off like I am now. Like the vagina monologues, it was worse than this. He was just going on and on. It got to like the early hours. I was falling asleep on the end of the phone. He was still going on about how stupid these fucking people were. And it's like, and then just at the same time as fucking Captain N turned around and started kissing Pace arse, that's when Evil started turning around and kissing Pace arse. After being like tolerant of him, but knowing it that he was a fucking douche, and knowing that he was always flitting between places to see where he could just end up, where he could get his mouth around someone's cock strong enough. So they used to take the piss out of him for that, because he was just like flotsam and jetsam. He never decided where he needed to be, but wherever he was, he'd be kissing arse. Do you know what I mean? So he'd be over at someone's stream, absolutely trying to be the big cog, absolutely kissing arse, trying to get in with every little in-joke and making him and falling flat on his face and all this shit, and trying to curry favour, trying to be really useful and all that, and then literally be on the next stream doing the exact same routine. And so it was like they used to take the piss out of that, and now look, he's the fucking cornerstone. He's got to be the cornerstone of their fucking chat here. He's their main stool pigeon who sat there singing the fucking songs for them in the fucking audience. This is how they do the whole thing.
Only if they're big enough, Rad Rob.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Tommy. As I've said, if you've got an actual complaint and it's not just you're a paedophile, you don't know it yet, which is the lamest fucking shit I've ever fucking heard. Well, it's not actually, because I've heard lamer shit from you guys like, oh, we're going to do a private stream. That was the lamest thing I've ever seen on the internet, ever, by anyone. You sad bastards. And you just stroll around like it never fucking happened. Like you were never... There are some strong accusations, aren't there? You're a paedophile, you just don't know it yet. So if you've got a fucking complaint with me and with Vic to the level where you're having to... Like I say, I know very well that he's doing it for clicks. And so therefore, I'm calling her out to have it out with me so he can fucking shut himself off and fucking... He's got to find something else to do it about, hasn't he? If he wants to not just be completely obvious that he's just milking me for clicks, which I'm not even here for most of it. So therefore, the audience that he's got, that he's bussed in, that are all new, we know that Paste is like an absolute fucking... I don't know, he's just a fucking white bread in milk in a cup. That's Paste, you know? That's what he is. That's what he is. Enjoy. You're not going to get much out of him.
They're not going to get clicks off of me. I'll speak for myself. There's no getting clicks from me. There's no... That's
well, they haven't got anything though, Rick. They've got nothing. That's the thing, and that's what they're happy to put out there. So I'm going to show it because it just shows this YouTube psychosis.
There's no reason for me to waste my time.
What happens when these trolls, who they used to have the Amico, and now they're
waste a lot of time anyway.
Well, they're just spiraling and spiraling and spiraling down to this point. So now I'm going to take his, so he can't do his. He'll just delete all his things anyway, so he can't do his propaganda. I'll leave your Nightbot up. But yeah, your propaganda. It was interesting to hear what you had to say. But like I said, you are spamming a little bit. And if you've got something to say, Tommy, you can tell me on the panel, can't you? You can bring your evidence. You can bring your actual complaint to me. Because what was your real complaint? What was your complaint on me? We didn't hear it till months and months afterwards when Evil, the drunk, actually remembered all the facts of the matter, didn't they? Well, that's really good. Much later on, after Ricardo had been coaching for a long time. And one of the reasons is that Vic's a pedo and hurt his sensibilities by putting girls up. Oh, no, they weren't underage, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So that's your accusation. So like I say, come like a man, like we always did in this community, and talk to me about it like a fucking man on a panel. Because I'm a woman, you think you don't have to. So it just shows you're scared of a woman and that you would rather just make old shit about stuff from 3 years ago instead. And I like to show you doing that. I like to get you to show that there is no doubt in the matter that that is what is happening. Because I want to make it very clear for my little, evaluation of certain aspects of YouTube. And that's about as easy about as much as it gets. Hey, up, Volt. Yeah, I know. I'm not even Welsh as well. That's the thing that's hilarious. I mean, it's a shame that I had to delete his comments because it was like the Welsh hog aspect of it. But yeah, he was getting to his propaganda bullshit, and it's just lame, isn't
Dude,
it?
he doesn't even know what a Welsh is.
It's just
He
racism. It's just
doesn't know
pure
what
racism.
that is.
Well, it's because one of their first reactions that they do is they'll go down the ethnic route 100% every single fucking time. Every single time. And it's like a band that they tie around. And it works with some people. It doesn't work with everybody. They tried it with you. Do you know what I mean? They try it with everybody. And when it doesn't work, they become the enemy then. That's why Ron fell in line so fucking quickly, because his fucking like actual identity was being questioned by Ricardo, and because Ron is so easily affected by group mentality and what people think about him. I think that's what it is with him. He wants to be accepted so much and about something so deep to him that play was good enough for Ron. That was definitely one that works on a lot of people, but round here people are a bit of a higher caliber, so he had to work a bit harder, and that's when I saw him like leveling up to different levels and stuff. And you're taking stuff from Q, you're taking stuff from Carl, but getting more desperate every time. I wish I could somehow managed to capture Q's comments, because they are, they were laughable, weren't they? Do you know what I mean? But I was too busy with sharing my screen, so I couldn't. But yeah, I mean, having to resort to calling me a Welsh hog, having to resort to just really bitter, just cryy type comments where he just like, it's just he's lost it, and he's just like on the keyboard, just like, I'm just going to insult you now, like I'm going to do things to you. You just lose it, and then you lose your like, oh, I'm the cool guy thing. Uploading the video as you speak. Who is?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Dorshin, if you're making a video about it, I'm not going to watch it, just letting you know. You're minding me as well. And if you are going over there and you're conduiting to them, I've really got no interest. You know what I mean? I've really got no interest.
And these people that look, like Ricardo say, these kids that look like adults, or that adults that look like kids.
Pretending to be adults.
So they're just using your content. If it's so terrible to have Britney Spears on, then why are they playing the video over and over again, and they've gone into commentary mode to discuss it?
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? It's just like, oh yeah, thanks, Vix, because they just haven't got anything. How bad does it have to be, as someone like yourself, Vic, who minds random shit on YouTube and how easy that is to do? Do you know what I mean? Like to go and just like we're going to randomly get anything.
Right.
As someone who does that, how bad does it have to be to be lacking in content? How much content do you have to pump out per day of bullshit to be running out to the level where you've got the internet in front of you to do that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's
That's what I mean, Kiwi, when you say he's using me for clicks. Like, how sad is that? How much of a failure do you have to be that you have to ride and make lies about some random woman on the internet? Just some random woman that you happen to know and have got in touch with the person who she had a relationship with. And there happens to be his friend who randomly is obsessed and a stalker of that said woman. So that's what they're going to make their content on, and openly so, and just make lies up about me. It's like, okay, but that is interesting to me. Like, how does the psychology get to that level? Oh, here we are. Getting my love messages off fucking Dorsey.
nice.
Yeah, Volp, you were asking me if Dorsey was getting creepy, right? And I said, oh, do you know what? I think he's chilled out a bit. He's gone on to just doing health updates. Literally, after I sent that message to you, did he start sending like tons of creepy ass messages? I don't listen to him, but like some of them, and he just like, Dorshin, what are you doing? It's all stuff like, you're perfect for me. We'll be perfect together. When I come over, it'll all be perfect. It's fucking crazy. I just think that you're probably best off not attaching yourself to me, Doshin. Just keep on doing the health updates. I'm interested in that. I'm not interested in any sort of future faking, future planning. Because a false hope only offers you a false promise, and you're never going to be able to realize that, and therefore it's not good for you. So why don't you just take it for what it is? You've got a friend on the internet who's happy that you're doing well when you are doing well, and that's it. Just like Vic is. We all are. We'll talk in the public Discord. It's fine. If you want somewhere to put your thoughts, it's fine, but you don't need to dress it up as this future where we're going to be together and all this bullshit like that. You know you're lying to yourself about, just like you knew you were lying to yourself when you were tossing off to fucking Q you in the hospital, and you knew you were lying to yourself. Because if you weren't, if you didn't know it was an alt, you wouldn't have been so vague about them, about the comments. Ooh, goes, I just heard your relay on my messages. Oh, what cheek. Come on, keep them coming, Doshin. I'll read them out for you.
Man, everybody around here is just so silly.
Yeah,
It's amusing.
that's it. That's what it is. And we're right in the middle of it.
Really is amusing.
You can't even put a god fucking fearing video of Britney Spears up without them fucking crying for multiple streams about it. So you're a paedophile. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I want to know how they tell you. Do they call you into the?
They ring your kid's school about it. Apparently.
Oh, maybe that's how they do it, or a fairy
Because
shows
Ricardo knows
them.
all about it because he was there when that was happening, of course.
Oh my god. Well, hey. I
More
would say,
paste, more
here's what I'll say.
paste in the chat. The chat's popping. Chat's absolutely popping on their stream.
Is he? Or maybe he's going to. Maybe he's following on the steps of the Luis Peria Never in the Closet, because Luis Peria Never in the Closet. I remember when I used to
More people who don't talk about you, people who don't want to talk to you.
Channel. Luis Peria Never in the Closet. His channel is full of children.
And like how Curie came in saying
All
nobody
these people
wanted
are
you,
seeing,
you know, they kicked you out and all this stuff like.
Yeah.
They didn't kick you out though, Vic, did they? That's what I was saying no about. Yeah,
They did kick me out.
Did they? Well, didn't you turn around and tell them to fuck off?
No.
I thought that you
No,
told
they
them
kicked me
that-
out. They kicked me out. Ultimately, I
because
was.
you went down with the secret channel there.
I was over it anyways. I was silent. I stopped paying attention to it, and then they just.
That's what I mean.
And they just.
Why
kicked
would
me
they?
out finally.
Why would they kick you out?
Oh,
Just you were a threat.
there was one final kickoff.
Oh,
And
was it?
then, remember, and I point blank and I said,
Yeah,
so what's the problem? And
The
I couldn't
channel,
get a
that's what I'm
straight answer.
talking about. Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So you kind of told them to fuck off.
And then instead
say
of the principal person talking to me, I had some guy's lawyer feeding me all this bullshit, and I'm just saying, whatever. What is the problem? Like, I don't mind. I'm gone. I'm done. I'm over. Just let me know so I know
they didn't
what
like
happened.
it. That'll be why it is. That's why they wanted
Couldn't
to
get an
never
answer to
speak
this
with you
day.
again.
To this day, I never got an
That's
answer.
why. That's why. Because, and this is why the way they have to approach it. They've left it long enough now, and now they're like, we're going to rewrite it for the dink dinks. They've got enough new people who don't know what the fuck's happening. We're going to bring this guy in as a pedo because they were too scared to even acknowledge your existence. You know what Q is like, and when he's scared, that's what he does.
I don't know about that.
I tell you now, right? I've seen it. They have been putting the black cloud on you. They will not let anyone talk about you, go over to you, troll you, anything. You were completely off what's it? Whatever the word, off piste or whatever. You were completely off the menu, right? Because you were that much of a threat. You wouldn't believe me when I told you, but I was like, no, mate, the reason why they're
I don't
ignoring
know about threat.
they
Like, I don't
wouldn't
get
do
threat.
it. They honestly,
I'm
mate.
not doing anything to anybody. I'm not a
because
threat
you
to
did the
anybody.
right thing.
I'm not even
and-
in competition with them for
No, but
anything.
everyone's in competition with them, they think. Everyone's a threat to them, they think. This is what I'm trying to get through to you. It doesn't take anything. These guys are already in threat mode before they've even met you. You're just reinforcing threats that are already in their mind. Do you know what I mean? You represent something in their world which threatens them, and it just
That's not
triggers
my
it off in
business.
them. No, I know, but you're seeing the repercussions of it, and that is your business.
Well,
Do you know that's all it is?
repercussions.
That's the only bit that is your business if you wanted it to be. Do you know what I mean? That's why it comes into your frame of reference. But it really is like it's just their own psychological shit. You just happen to be a bit player that turned up, but fucking hell, the stuff they put on you because you turned around. You were the only person in there who stood up for what you actually thought, and you are therefore a threat to them. Q, you knew I was a threat from the start because I was really standing behind what I was saying to Albert and Dean. And I stood behind everything. And so he always knew he had to get me out. Yeah, they do. They just pull things out of their arses. That's it. Well, I mean, Dawson, I'm sure you'll go and tell Ricardo about it, won't you, in a minute?
And he's fine. Like if they
You want a salt lick?
and Dean were
You want a salt lick, Q? Yeah, surely you're in the wrong stream. Surely you could watch one of these many streams that are being put out by Ricardo or Evil. You can hear it in their voices. You watched Ricardo before he started making fun of you. No, you didn't actually. No, you didn't. Nobody went over to Ricardo's. Ron occasionally. None of you guys had any time for him at all. Never. I mean, you might have popped in occasionally because he went over to Darius's, but absolutely not. I went over to Ricardo's. Have you been watching it back, Q? Yeah? No, mate, that is what happened. And that, I can fucking evidence that because Ricardo doesn't delete his streams. But, mate, it happened. It all started around April whenever that was. Not last April, but the April before. When I went over, talked to Albert on a panel. And as you know, I do one thing and it creates 8 months worth of fucking content for you idiots. So all these years later, you're still fucking milking it. You know what I mean? Not my fault. You're desperados. But yeah, I went on and I got chatting to Ricardo and I was chatting to him in the comments. And I was working on him because I wanted him to come away from the fucking Deans, didn't I? Come over to us. At the time. And he was working me because he just wanted to stick another iron in the fire while he was still right friendly with Dean and Albert and that. Then Dean and Albert fucked him off. I tried to make him come over to us and he weren't having it at all. He didn't have it for ages. But me and Ron were still going over there. You and Evil, no way. This is what he's trying to fucking put across. Vic, do you know what I'm talking about when I'm on about the elitism, the elite attitude that Q and Evil have got specifically? They're special, aren't they? They're special in the Discord. It's just that special light coming from Q and Evil, like, and everyone's supposed to just dance to their tune. Well, come and get your directives.
I respect that. Like, you know what I mean?
It is what it is. But don't come on now pretending that Ricardo was like, you know what I mean, a big part of that. No, mate, you're very, very judgmental and you wouldn't entertain anybody unless other people introduce them to you. You weren't interested in any of these people until I talked to any of them. Anyone ever who comes to your channel for a long time they were solely people who came on the back of having had a conversation with me to you. And you were just rolling out the red carpet for them left, right and centre. That's what you were doing a few months back. You've run out of them now, so you're busting them in. And even like people who I've never heard of are saying it now to get in with you. And you're having it because you're that low level. And it's got that cheap. And that's absolute gold to me. Do you know what I mean? Do you have anything to say about that, Vic?
No, I'm dropping. I think I need to
go. Should we watch one last bit before Vic goes? We'll play the one last bit of it.
All right, let's go.
God knows what would happen to her.
No, they will be watching CP together. They will share CP.
And she will be fine, like doing the things that happened to Yakison, you know. Like,
yeah.
She's attacking us for no reason. Call her stupid retard.
You know what would they do if
I'm
they were
attacking
neighbors?
you for no reason.
We'll record the Jakis.
Actually using my own words that I've used. I've told you from the start, no reason given. And there has never been a reason given. Apparently, in this last stream, was it this one? They were explaining it. I would love to hear that reason. As I said, come onto the panel and tell me about it. Many times. The only thing I ever got from you, Evil, was you saying, "Oh, that was handled badly with Albert," and I apologise for that. Okay, that was all I ever got. Other than that, you've come, and the few times we have discussed things, you've made it up with me, only to turn on me with no reason within a few hours. So to cry on the internet about the fact that I'm attacking you, I refer you to my videos on my channel where it actually clearly states I've got nothing against Evil Streams. It clearly stated that right at the beginning when you were attacking me, and I never did, and you constantly, and I have it all recorded, constantly made friends with me, and then when either Kiria or Ricardo put the pressure on, you just flipped because you had no one to fucking answer to now before. But now you have got the observer, because as much as Cyrus doesn't want to be part of it, he's still observing it. You're still one pair of eyes. There's other pairs of eyes watching. So sometimes, at some point, you're going to have to join all this together, Evo. And none of it makes any fucking sense, does it, love? Because I have not been attacking you. Where's my stream after stream where I'm like, you fucking cunt, yeah! Or just saying something and then be like, you little bitch at the end because I've got nothing else to say. And oh, this is Evil when he was 12 years old. The little bitch. You know, ooh, is that what I've been doing, is it? To try and make myself feel better because you got caught out because you did your same old fucking fuck someone up and leave them campaign that you do in real life, and then you didn't realise that I knew you were gonna fucking try that one. So I'm gonna hold this knock to fucking task. And I'm still going to be here. I'm not going to attack him. I'm not going to give him any reason to slough any of his karma off on me. No way. That's not what I'm about, love. You want me to do it. But no, I'm not. I'm just going to be here reflecting shit back at your face. If you want to see it, then you can see it. If you want to cry about it, then you can cry about it. And I'll laugh about that. Simple as that.
Yes, tapes to CPE's house. And CPE recorded her son and give it to Pedro Team the VHS tapes so he could watch.
So just making up
Crazy
a story
shit.
here.
Hilarious.
That is crazy shit, Ricardo.
That's a good one.
You see how he responds like, well, that's crazy shit like it happened.
These guys should be writers for Saturday Night Live.
I could fucking get him on this
Turn
because
that
he's
show
actually
around.
fantasizing about my son. Ricardo is here publicly fantasizing about my son. Can we just fucking get a fucking timestamp on this one? At 1:28:48. Here is Ricardo Code fantasizing about my son in a complete fantasy situation and then going crazy stuff at the end.
He threw in that weird detail about the VHS tape. Why is it on a VHS tape?
Yeah.
It's weird. That seems like he's pulling from his own experience a little
Very
bit.
specific.
Very
I was
interesting.
watching an interesting Sam Vaknin video. I think I sent it to you maybe. And it was saying about how when people have been abused, that they really, really can't tell the difference between bad and good. In fact, they prefer bad attention. And I wouldn't be surprised if, given the sort of areas that Ricardo likes to probe, just to coin a phrase, but you know what I mean, given the sort of the place he dwells, the place he brings it back to all the time, it's always about the kids. He always uses the kids. The VHS tape, like you say, going into a fantasy about my son.
They always do that. It is true.
You know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't.
I'm starting to see tendencies.
Diddled when he, certain tendencies, yes.
Tendencies.
A sweetened tendency. That's another good one. I think I might change my channel name to Sweetened Tendency.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Mm.
Did you know that he had women on his streams?
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, isn't it? And like Ricardo's like, crazy stuff. What's that? That's interesting. Like you pulled out the VHS tape, and I heard it's the crazy.
They should have just made fun of that Shelley Duvall or something like.
But
that would have made more sense.
It's crazy. At the time when he was doing that with the Girl of the Week, I think that was even happening before Ricardo was even involved. And then when he was involved, he was just around and he would never come on into anyone else's stream. Do you remember? He was always about pulling it always onto his stream, and he's still doing that now. Always about it. He would never go to someone else's.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know fuck all about it. And yeah, like he does, he's acting like he was there for that and he knows.
He wants to have this. I guess he wants to have this big channel for some reason. Hey, man, I hope it happens for you.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's obviously, it really is the case. Like he's showing this YouTube psychosis, but I mean, he's been showing that for a long time. I think for me, when he's really coming into the point where, I don't know, some of the things that he's saying on this one, they're so desperate. This really is important to him, isn't it? Like,
I remember asking you though too. I was like, do you think that's disrespectful? Do you think that's bad taste having the women there?
Oh yeah, well that was the thing at the time. Don't you remember? It was quite soon after that. It maybe even was during that time, or maybe it's associated in my head because I was saying, well, no, because this is like a male environment a lot of the time. So why would I? It's just like having a calendar up at work or something. It's like whatever. But like with those guys, remember that they tried to make it into the men's only locker room chat, and that's why they didn't want me around because they didn't want females around. It was that he started with the ethnicity, then he goes into the fact that you're all something that's else that you've all got in common. Oh, she doesn't play games or whatever. Yeah, because you shut down any game channel, any games that I was ever going to play. I was just starting with the twigs. That was just a little starter. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't going to get into, but you shut it down because you were so threatened. So then they had to project and they had to show me what was so important to them was the games because that's all they fucking got. And anyone can do what you're doing as well. Anyone can do what fucking Ricardo's doing. So he knows that's all he's got. And so they started with that. And then it was the fact that they were all blokes and he really went in on the racism. He really went in on the gender thing. And it just didn't fly because there's enough people in this place that aren't just like the people in the changing table from Darius's. It's not just that. So it didn't fly as well. And I really did stand down on that racism shit because I've never been racist. They can try and get me on that as much as they fucking like. I have never, ever, ever been like that. So he can fucking accuse me all he likes whilst calling me all the names under the sun. I'm being a giant racist. And providing me with loads of sound bites, which I can show to the dink dinks, especially the men's only locker room chat when you've got your team mascot Queen Monica coming over for this all-inclusive LGBTQ stream with Ricardo Code. So like, which one is it? So while he was doing this men's only locker room chat, I think that started just after or during the end of when you were putting your picture up of the girl of the day or whatever it was. And for me, I was cool with that because I was like, it's all part of being. I'm like, it's like when you go to a different country and it's snowing. Cool. When you go to a different country and you just like live with the people or whatever, and you get to eat the food and you get to breathe the air and you get to learn the language. It's like rather than being in a hotel or whatever. So like, I'm here with the blokes. So I'm looking at the blokes. I mean, like when in Rome, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, I've got no problem with there being the girl of the day because it's just blokes doing their bloke thing. And that's why it was so funny when they were like going on about, oh, if you can't handle it, why are you even here? And all that shit. And you're like, what are you saying? I can't handle it. I've been in the burners from Dean and fucking Albert for a year. Shall I do a bit more of this or are you done? What do you reckon?
I'm really done.
Are you done?
Yeah.
All right then. Shall I play it after you go? What do you think? And then you watch back.
You can do what you want. You can do what you want.
Or do you want to do some more reacting to this another time? Shall I save it?
I just I need to crawl into the corner and cry now for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I mean, it's been some serious burns. Just wait until you know it.
I'm cooked.
You just got to lie there and wait until you
just
know.
To think one day
you're a paedophile.
One day in the near future, I'm gonna find out this terrible news about myself. It's so stressful. I can't.
You just don't know it yet.
I don't know how I'm gonna live. Could you imagine CPE every day?
You always become
looming over your head. One day I'm going to find out terrible news about myself, and then
Yeah, and Paste is there to be the witness as well, so be warned. We've got a legit witness
cooked.
there.
I'm cooked.
Your goose is cooked, mate. Your jig is up. You're gonna have to go
I'll,
and hang out with
I'll
Butter.
just say this.
Give me Savo.
I'll just say this: if anybody sees a potential abuser, or fucking report it, man.
Yeah,
Get that person off the fucking streets.
yeah,
Seriously.
exactly. When it comes down to
Don't just stand there
about
for
on the
months and months and months and let it go on.
I agree.
All right, I gotta go to bed.
All right. Well, thank you for joining
See
me.
y'all.
Sorry, I was going rabbiting on for too long.
No, it's all good.
Thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, I will save this, and shall we do some more of it another time?
Yeah, sure.
See, it's more fun with you. So,
All
yeah. All right, then. I'll see you later. But I might keep on for another 5 minutes while I smoke this bifter.
Okay. Well, see you later.
See you later, Gooden. I shall close this then. So, yes, that was interesting, wasn't it? Thank you, Vic. I thought that was great. Is Rabbit Dude here? He's not here, is he? Rabbit Dude, how to quickly destroy your hard drive in case authorities raid it. Yeah, everyone's getting the accusations around here. Well, you know that the storms are brewing when the pedo accusations are flying. So what's it covering up? And I was scaling it up when I was saying it's exactly what's going on in the real world at some level. It's just humans doing this slimy shit. And so when I see politicians doing it, you're always like, well, what are they trying to push through somewhere else that you can't see is really happening? So, like, what is going on around here? Why are they calling everyone pedos? Why have they gone flying off the handle at this level at the moment? I think, Volp, it's because I think they're scared that you were talking to Vic, and they've just had it for so long that Vic's not allowed to talk to anyone. Oh, wait, Rabbit! Yeah, you are here. Hello. So, yeah, if anyone wants to come and chat, I'm here because I've got the day off today and I had a good sleep. Oops, I did that wrong. But if not, that's absolutely fine too. I've done a lot of talking though. I feel like I overtalked Vic, but I always do, and he knows what I'm like. And I don't do them that often, these streams, so I want to like cram it in when I'm here. I'm like, oh my god, each bit's just got so much. Oh look, Hugh's here against them. Did you hear the part that says nobody likes you? Do you believe they don't like you, or is it just trolling? I want your take on this one. Well, I mean, coming from you guys, what do you mean by like you? Do you know what I mean? Like, you guys are that greasy. You're that nasty that I don't know what you're really asking, because when you like someone, you like Queen Monica, don't you? You like Ron likes Queen Monica, doesn't he? Oh God, it's Doshin. What are we saying? Are we going to add Doshin? Go on then. Hello.
Fuck you.
Just because I've got a split joke.
Yeah. Hello. You say, oh my god. You be saying, oh my god. Mate, what are you saying?
I can't hear what you're saying,
Come on,
Gooden. Mike's fucked. Mike's fucked. The link's there, Rabbit. Come on up. Oh, you're there. No, you're not. That's him. Doshin's doing his robot thing. Yep. Doshin wants a sexy time with Rick. Yeah, that's it. Come in for some cans. This is your can time. Come and collect your cans, one and all.
You are such a naughty person, man. You are so cheeky. I get it. And then you finish. So I just laugh and I say that. And you're like, what? It's like, that's pretty fucking perfect. I'll give you that, right? I don't know what he's going on about. Whatever.
Yeah, I know, but I knew what I was doing. But Why not? Let him have a chat, and I'm only having one more spliff, and then I'm fucking off anyway. So
Oh, and then
I'm
you had to blow it all. And
I'm
then you
gonna
had to
pick-
blow it all.
Hey,
Listen to you. You had to blow it all. You sound like you're on many Dexies yourself. I'm not on any.
blow what?
I know. I know. That was a joke, but I understand. I understand. You don't have the Dexies.
What are you talking about? Blowing what? Blow what?
Oh my god, I can't even remember. Basically my entrance, I suppose, but there
What was
wasn't
your
much.
what your entrance going to be?
See what you did just then? You see what you did just then? That is going to be the epitome of us ever having a conversation, quote unquote, right? Because you're never going to stop talking when I'm when I'm actually. Oh God!
Here we are,
You
the
did-
future kid. In the
You did-
future, when we're walking up and down holding hands at the bowling club, you mean? When we're all-
No,
yeah, you know
no,
what I'm talking about.
no! You're just too cheeky. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're too cheeky. What? It's like, yeah, okay, you can interject. Yeah, that's not rude, is it, Cornelia? It's like, yeah, we want to raise a daughter that just says, what?
Hey up,
Mid-sentence.
hey up,
Yeah.
rabbit.
Hello.
Alright.
Hello.
Rabbit. Hey, Rabbit. What's up?
What's up?
I don't know. Not too
So,
much.
So recently, me and my friends, we saw the Dogman movie, and it's actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, my kid's really up for
It's really good.
watching
I'll
it.
recommend it.
We
I
read
saw
the
you
Cat
saying
Kid
that
books.
yesterday. Yeah.
Me and my kid read the Cat Kid books. So as soon as we saw that was out, he was like really keen on it. The Cat Kid.
It
have
is
you
really
read
good.
the Cat
I
Kid
never
books?
read the
I've never
books.
Good. They are so good. They're like, yeah, they're
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard
they
of
are.
anything.
It's like a
Why
collaboration one.
not?
We've got the collaboration one and we've got the first one, and it's just like the collaboration one's just so cool. That's where I read the haiku, which was about the
Oh, really?
leaves that I wrote about in the chat, where it's saying, "You're the leaves, was it little
God.
leaves, your journey is not over. Little fallen leaves, your journey is not over. You are now a path." I thought that was a really cool. Like that's what got me reading the book. I was like, "Oh my god, this book is fucking cool." It's like,
CBE, you can see that you're never going to get to the bottom of anything, right? Oh, that's so vague. What are you talking about? It's like, yeah, because I can't even finish a sentence, right? Am I right? Yeah. But now you just shut the book up the whole time. It's like, yeah, what else you got to say? It's like, okay, Badam Tish, I get it. I get
But
what
yeah,
you're doing.
I'm CP. I have a question for you.
yeah.
Do your kids ever read Dogman?
No,
books?
not read Dogman. I didn't know Dogman was connected to Cat Kid.
Yeah,
until
it's
my
based
kid
off a
told
book
me.
series.
Yeah, my kid told me this, and apparently it's the same person who did Captain Underpants.
It
Which
is.
was-
The
I
same
remember
creator
that
made it.
was
Yep,
famous.
it is.
But I never read Captain Underpants.
I already knew
but
that. I read Captain Underpants as a kid. I consider
You guys
honestly.
a long time ago.
Okay.
That's probably when you were a kid, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be very honest. I actually consider Dogman part of my generation, even though I never watched it.
Oh right, okay, yeah, because it's from the Captain Underpants thing.
Yes, that's how I kind
yeah,
of feel.
yeah. Is it
But
got
yeah,
similarities?
I have to go. My phone's kind of ringing.
Oh right, I thought you were shaving your hair. I thought he was shaving his head, or having a tattoo or something. For a second. So it's just me now. Joshin's gone because I wasn't giving him enough airtime, as if he doesn't know that that's what I'm like. But I gave him a bit of time, and it pissed Nightbot off enough. But you know, you need to get your cans from somewhere, don't you? You don't get them from anywhere else because you shut down anyone who you're scared of. Was his egg going off? I think it must have been his love eggs. Yeah, it probably was. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Yes, so I am going to start. I'm going to do a game. I'm going to do the paper clips game. So Tommy, I want you to be streaming your roller coaster game at the same time because I actually do like that roller coaster game. and I think you've spent a lot of time on it. So if you would, when I do my paper clips, if you would stream that, because you did that the other time, and I thought it was actually quite a cool idea, because it is like the one I'm playing. It's like it is a tycoon thing, but it's different. It's like, to me, I think it's like different. It breaks the mold a bit, and it's a bit different with it, but it uses the medium of the tycoon game to make the art. So that's why I like it. So if you were to play something that you're really skilled at, which is like a tycoon game, that would also be really cool to have as a juxtaposition. If you were to want to do that, that would be cool. We could actually collaborate if you wanted, in that sense. And you can show how stupid I am for playing the clips, playing the paper clips, if you want. And you can bitch about me and make your fucking cans for Ricardo and all the rest of it. But I do think it would be actually quite a cool thing. Because to actually compare it to a classic and well-realised tycoon game, which has actually it's got loads of different dimensions to that in a more classic way. And the extra dimensions in paper clips is it's really abstract and almost subjective, because it's like your interpretation of what the end of the world would be like, kind of. Oh, it's fucking cool. I love it. I think I did about... because you go to a different dimension every time you finish it. So I did a few dimensions before I stopped, and I haven't done it for ages. I've got a feeling that I might have to do it all in one go, because I think on the computer it's not going to save it unless I just leave it running. Which you don't think you can leave it running idle. No, you can't. So I don't know. Hilariously poor hosts. I know, terrible. We came on to talk about Dogman. I wanted to talk to him about Dogman because I was really impressed with those books. They're really fucking good. Like, yeah, some just cool stuff, like just a depth to it that was like, it comes up and you're just like, oh, it's just like a cartoon thing for kids, and you're just reading it, and then you just like, the haikus are deep and stuff, but it's like a depth that just goes beyond, hey, we're going to be deep with putting some haikus in there. It's like things just are what they are. There isn't any sort of putting a label on anything. There isn't any sugarcoating anything. It's just things that are intrinsically what they are, and it encapsulates everything in that. So it opens up conversation about stuff. It's like show not tell, but at the same time it's for kids, and so it does tell a story. It's really good. It's really well done. What do I think about your fifth wave feminist idea to protest the oppression of women by a mass bowel movement protest event? Not my bag. I think it could be better than it. But no, what you said about the bowel movement, that's what I mean, like the intrinsically there thing of it all being equal. I don't think anyone should be having fucking bowel movements in public. No offense to Prince of Fallen. It's just one of them things. There's a I've got a reason for that. The reason is that those things are full of information. That stuff is full of DNA information. Oh, Rabbit's back. Hello.
Oh, am I back?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So anyway, yes, as I was saying before, I consider it part of my generation. Regardless. That's just how I am.
No, I get that. Were you really into Captain Underpants then?
Yes, I was when I was a kid. I actually read most of their books. I read all their books when I was a kid, or most
was
of them.
Was it a series of books then, that Captain Underpants? Was that a series of books? Because I missed out. I missed it. I just missed it.
Oh yeah, you really missed out. Those are great. That's a great book
friends'
series.
Kids probably were around. I was working with kids at the time, so I did know about it. I know it was a big thing. It was really famous, wasn't it? It was really popular.
Oh yeah, it's still very iconic. Everyone knows about Captain Underpants.
Is it like a comic? Is it like a graphic novel, or is it a book?
It's like a book series.
Okay, because this one is
it's kind of has like little animation on top of it as well. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, did it do a series? Was there a series? Of
It's like a series.
Oh, is there? Is
yes.
there really? Oh, well, I'll watch that with my kid. Did you ever watch
cool.
Apple and Onion? That was one of the best fucking kid series I ever watched. Did you ever watch that?
Yes. Yeah, pretty cool.
Apple and Onion.
I haven't seen that.
Oh my god! Oh, Rabbit Man! If you get a chance to watch, it's hilarious. It really is good. Vault, if you've seen Apple and Onion, you'd love it. If you get a chance to watch it, Vault, I swear to God. In fact, I'll watch one if it doesn't strike me. It's from Cartoon Network. I don't know. I'll do it another time. I don't want to strike this channel, this stream. But it's fantastic for kids stuff. It's right good. And
one series I have to watch, consider watching is Owl House. I need to get watching that.
Owl House.
Yes.
I've not heard
You
of
ever
it.
seen Gravity Falls?
No.
Oh
No,
my
but
gosh,
I've
you
heard
have
about
to
that.
see
I
series.
think.
It's so
Yeah,
freaking
someone
good.
told me about that. It's a bit like Doctor
so
Who, isn't it?
good. It's a
Yeah,
really
okay.
good series. It's made by the same people who made Gravity Falls. That's why I have to see this. It's so good.
I heard that
love
Gravity Falls is a good one.
So good.
I'm gonna have to try and remember these so I can remember to play them to my kid. Some good stuff that's been recommended.
Oh yeah, I remember Blue's Clues on Buddy Boy. I didn't watch too much as a kid actually. Dogman's a voice. Yeah, he really is a part of a generation. He really is. I agree, 100%.
Dogman, yeah,
I
but there is
agree.
the other Dogman, isn't there?
Yeah, Dogman's he really is a part of a generation, or kind of.
Have you ever seen the documentary about Skinwalker Ranch?
No, I haven't.
Have you not?
No.
I've watched it about 3 or 4 times and I've fallen asleep every single fucking time I watched it. Every single time. It's because I watch it at my mum's and I always fall asleep there because she's got it. It's like one of the only things I want to watch at hers, and I'm like, oh, I'll watch it again because I never got to the end of it last time. And she's got a rocking chair and I'll sit in the rocking chair and I'll fall asleep. Well, there's a Dogman in that. There's a Dogman in the Skinwalker Ranch. So the story about that is that there's a guy called.
I'm not a fan of raisins. Never been a big fan of them. Even as an
not
adult,
even the California raisins.
Never been a big fan of them.
Did you remember? Did you ever see the California raisins, or was that well before your time?
Yes, that was my thing.
Yeah, you must have seen a rerun of that, the California Raisin show.
I'm not a big fan of raisins in general. I'm just not.
Wow, I loved the raisins. The raisins, I think, were the first. When I did a bit of research into it, I think they were the first, like, sort of mass hysteria mascot merchandising thing that ever happened. I think it was like it took them all the marketing people by surprise a bit. I think I might be imagining it, but I think that's what it was. They were like the first ones, and they made a game out of it and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
All right. So Red Bull says, name 3 documentaries you've seen.
What documentary have I seen? Gosh, there's so much I've seen. I was like, there's a couple I've seen.
That's a good question.
That's a good question, actually. I gotta keep that in mind. Which one I've actually watched pretty good. I remember seeing Bully. That was interesting, but I never saw the whole thing though.
Bully? I've not seen that.
It's basically this generation of kids and bullies are really messed up. Think about it. They're becoming more psycho killers. They're becoming more killers nowadays. Dead killers. That's the truth, man.
I bet that's an interesting documentary to watch. Yeah, there's been one recently.
Yeah, it's just so screwed up if you think about it. I mean, nowadays kids are kind of like stealing things, I guess. But I think next level, they're going to go into psycho killer stuff and start killing people.
They're already like that because this is why I'm interested in the psychology of us lot, because we are the first.
It's weird. It's weird though. It's like so weird. This generation's becoming more like this craziness. It's so random.
It's random because, well, they've lived behind avatars their whole life, which I would say gives you a level of narcissism, you know, like the way I look at that narcissism stuff that Sam Vaknin does.
Oh, God.
You know, but what it's about is about putting a fake front, fundamentally being so scared that you have to put a fake front in front of people. Now, for different reasons, not being scared, people have got a fake front in front of them just by being on the internet because you've got the avatar to start with. So there's already that is covered. So it's already giving people that distant. They've got a distance. Psychologically, is different. And then you've also got the fact that kids who have been brought up playing computer games, right? Their concept of death and killing someone is probably like fundamentally different they probably at some deep level think that someone's going to respawn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, not literally think they're going to respawn, but like that thing of knowing what's right and wrong that we all know from childhood is probably not has been like kind of had a big hit to it by playing games all your life, where it doesn't matter if you kill someone, it doesn't matter if you
It's
die.
just so weird because I just think like back when I was a kid, there was not actual killing people. It was just legit just throwing words at each other, punching each other. It wasn't like that bad, but this generation is much
This is
worse.
all in school as well, like in the schoolyard, people are trying to
Much
kill each other.
worse.
Yeah, that's it. In the schoolyard, like there was bad shit going off, weren't there? Because you had like school shooters and stuff like that.
Oh,
but
it's
like
so weird. It's so
that was like
weird.
a big event. It wasn't like just some kid kicking off in the playground. Some kid kicking off in the playground in the olden days would just be like some kid, like maybe at worst, you'd get two schools fighting at the end of the day. Could you imagine two schools fighting? Now, it'd never happen. The coppers would be in before they even got halfway down the road. They'd all be tracked by the fucking mobile phones and all would have been fucking listened to while they were in maths talking about it. It'd all been shut down by the army before they even got out of fucking school.
Oh, yeah. It's just random. Man. Oh, wait. Red Bull is telling me that I can confidently say you wouldn't have made it out of my primary high school, Rabbit. No chance you'll enter at our high school. Really? You're
well,
funny,
it changes every generation.
Red Fly. Oh, Red Fly, you're
in
funny.
Red Bull's day than it was for your day, Rabbit Dude, I think.
Yeah, but it's just like, man, the more I think about how schools are nowadays so crazy. Oh well, that's how it is, I guess.
No, I'll be interested in watching that. I watched a documentary about one of the more recent ones. Well, it was actually a while ago now, but one of the ones I remember was a guy who, well, he had HIV.
I never saw this documentary actually.
Have you seen it? It was like the guy had HIV and he got it like accidentally, and then he has been like suffering with it and stuff. But he was going around investigating this community of people in the gay community where you get people looking for people who've got AIDS. They want the AIDS man to come round and infect them with AIDS, right? And it's all the reasons behind why people do it. And then the people who want it, he had interviews with them. He did interviews with the guys who were the givers, and they go on like Tinder and places, all these places, and tell people that they've got, the AIDS man's in town, and if you want a fucking dose. So like, that was super interesting because he got people to talk to him who were like really secretive, and he was really good at it. He was like just a really good interviewer, just like Louis Theroux, but like really personally invested as well. It was a fantastic documentary.
Speaking of documentaries, guess who will be making for a documentary pretty soon? I heard they're making a Newgrounds documentary.
Are they?
Yes, they're making a Newgrounds documentary. Isn't that kind of cool?
Yeah, there's enough stuff.
Newgrounds is an amazing website back when I was a kid. And it's still kind of good, but it's not as good as it was back in the 2000s. Much better.
Yeah, it's long enough to go.
Now they're making a documentary about it.
Apparently, had audience with that one.
Yeah, most of the stuff you see on YouTube had been on Newgrounds.
A lot of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the Vine thing when Vines were a thing as well? That was probably your time, wasn't it? When people were doing Vines.
Yeah. Newgrounds is definitely part of my time.
Yeah.
I could say how many games I played in that thing. Oh my gosh, there's so many great games on Newgrounds.
Yeah, Weebles. That was on Newgrounds, wasn't it? Weebles and fucking what's his name? David Firth. That's where I watched David Firth. That was Newgrounds, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Yeah,
I think it is. I don't know.
Yeah, that was Newgrounds.
Madness was really big on Newgrounds. Really big.
Weebles. Do you remember the Weebles stuff? You probably don't. It was a British thing, really.
I think Solid Fingers might be from Newgrounds. I think. That's
David Firth stuff. Yeah, all the Davids. Oh man, there's some right good. He's still going. I really need to. Maybe we should do a catch-up David Firth stream. Are you up for that? Because you're an artist. He's so artistic. I think his stuff's so artistic. My favourite David Firth is that Peak Child one, where he's talking. There's a dog inside his guitar. I love it.
Yeah.
It's right. It's just so artistic. It's like he just dreams. It's like he's doing a stream of consciousness from a dream, and he just manages to draw it. I love it. And I'd love to see the new Salad Fingers.
What's my thoughts on Hyatt? He claimed he creep channel stand-up rabbit. Yeah, I don't care about Hyatt. I don't really care about him. He's a nobody, in my opinion. He doesn't bring my interest. Okay, back on his about Newgrounds. Okay. I think some really doesn't really watch the kid on like Newgrounds.
Oh, I can't remember. There was loads of things, weren't there? Loads of bits and bobs.
So many good things.
There was a guy called oh fucking hell. He had a big long
right. Okay, right when Flash right before they decided to cancel Flash.
It was a while
before
they
went downhill from there.
Yeah. Oh, it was downhill. It was when YouTube came, really, wasn't it? So everyone went on to YouTube. Old YouTube was so good. Do you know what I mean? Everyone just went on there then. Because you could do video responses. Do you remember that?
The old I think old YouTube might have been worse in some cases. If you think about it, there was a lot more trolls back then. If you think about the actual history behind YouTube back then, it was really messed up.
Yeah, you could find some right stuff on there. It was fantastic. All the David I was watching all the David stuff on there.
Not all things on YouTube are bad, but there were some really nasty things on YouTube.
Oh, I'm sure there was. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like when it's all together and it's not being censored and all of that. It's much that you have to guide. You go into a street that's full of rubbish, you have to step around it. You're going into a neighbourhood where you've got a lot of people chucking glass. You put your boots on, but if you never see the glass, but it's there, it's just hidden in the cushions.
Yeah.
So when you sit down, you know what I mean? That's where we're at now. It's all hidden away under the fucking rug. So you walk around with no shoes on.
Yeah.
And get cut by the people who they allow in to cut you up. It's not just glass everywhere, so you keep your eyes out. It's we've got proper glass in here. We've got the special glass that we've told you is all right.
There were some people on YouTube a long time ago that actually had driven away because the trolls were really that bad. Really bad.
It's the same now.
Huh?
It's the same now, but I mean...
really bad.
Yeah, but you also had the other side of it where people really had... we've got a similar... What we have here in this little corner where people actually do response videos to each other and stuff.
Yeah.
This is a bit of old YouTube that's still hanging on, a little bit of the legacy of the old YouTube, you know what I mean? But everyone was doing replies, videos and all sorts of stuff to each other and making channels organically off each other. They didn't have to do what Ricardo's doing, They didn't have to so desperately mine and fucking prostrate themselves at the gods of the YouTube fucking psychosis. They didn't have to do that. It was just right for the picking. Anyone could just do what they wanted. Back in the day, I wish I'd have done it because you'd be doing all right now. But in the day, I was just busy looking up fucking videos about where people. When did I first start watching YouTube? When I started looking up people turning into lizards. So I was reading a David Icke book at the time, and so I was looking at videos where at the time there were loads of shit like that all over the place of famous people just losing. It was just some artifact of the camera or something, but it was they were saying their hologram would slip and you would see the lizard eyes and you would see them having. There were some weird ones where the celebrity would just be mid-sentence and would just completely freeze and not move.
Really?
For a few minutes. Yeah, there's loads of those videos.
What's the name of the celebrity?
Oh, there's loads. There was one of Montel Williams, I think.
Interesting.
There was a few of them. There's a lot of them do it, and there's still loads of that stuff around. I think I don't watch it anymore, but that's what I first started watching YouTube from. There were loads of it everywhere, but then there were loads of artists and musicians, and you could find them really easily. And none of it was behind a paywall, and everything was being responded to, and it was all dynamic, and it was really YouTube in those days.
There was some like some old there's like some I'm trying to think there's like some channel that's around 1 million subs that's not abandoned apparently because the guy's dead now.
What, it's still going? The Dead Guys channel's still going?
Huh?
Whoa, now that's a documentary I'd like to see.
Oh yeah, it's
About
actually
a
on
fucking Dead Guys channel that's still going. What, you mean people are still watching it, or it's still uploaded?
I think people are still watching, but the guy's kind of dead now. He's not around
Oh,
anymore.
right. Okay, well that's
I think
different.
he died because of some accident that happened like a long time ago. He died because of it. I forget. Some sort of stunt he was doing and kind of failed and he died.
That's going to happen though if it hasn't already, won't it? Like someone who's got maybe a modest following, but a decent enough following for someone to make money out of. They're going to die at some point, and then what? Are they going to pass it on to their kid? You know, it's going to be like a business at that point. It's going to be like if you're the butcher and you train your kid up to be the butcher, and then they take your shop on. It'll be like, you've got my legacy YouTube channel. We've had it for 3 generations. This was your great granddad's YouTube channel. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder, has that happened yet? I wonder, has it been passed down to anyone? Have we had any passed down Dead Man's Boots YouTube channels? Interesting.
Yeah, just still around apparently. That channel's still around if you want to check it out. I forget the name of it, but
why hasn't Rabbit ever made a video from Red Bull? Red Bull
why hasn't Rabbit ever made a video? I don't know. Maybe because I don't feel like at the moment. Maybe one day I might decide to do it.
He says you could review kids' flicks. Well, actually, that's not a bad idea, right? Listen, I've got a mate who's really into it. She reads loads of books. Like she still reads loads of books. I used to read as many books as her. We bonded on it. Like obviously, I've known her for years. But my books are all in cardboard boxes in the loft. I've got one book that I've been trying to read for like 2 years, and I just keep putting it off. If I need to read a book for a reason, then I'll read that book. But like, you know, just a fiction book or whatever. It's just like in general. But my mate swears by young adult fiction, and she's got me reading a couple of them before. I don't know what it's like at the moment, books like trends change and stuff, but some of that stuff's really interesting because it's the stuff that's being put out as the stuff they want the kids to be reading as well. It's all being promoted. So that's interesting from a tinfoil hat perspective. I think that'll be way more prevalent now and probably would make the exercise pointless at some level because it'll be so obvious. Maybe is what I presume, but I don't know. But they were very much harsher, a lot harsher than adult books at some level. It's like they have to cram in all these life lessons and stuff. It's really interesting. So have you ever read a series of books called, this is what she put me on to, Pretties and Uglies and Specials?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Oh, so good. If anyone's, I think there might have even been a film made of it. I'm not sure. But I'm telling you, that was a kid's book, and it was. I never read
that.
So good. Actually. Yeah, if you get a chance to read it, it's like young adult fiction, and it's. I love science fiction, and when I was a kid, it was a thing that really expanded my mind. So, like science fiction for kids, I'm down for that. I think that's like
a book I've actually read on my own time. One time was Dracula, the old Dracula book. It's actually really good.
Have you read that? I haven't read that.
Amazing. That's a great book.
Oh,
I would highly recommend that book.
Yeah, I've not read many classics like that. I've read Frankenstein. I read Frankenstein once when I was a kid. Actually, I was like 15 or something. I read that.
Such a good book.
I will read
Dracula. So good. Actually, the movie isn't as good, honestly, but the book's like much better. This is my opinion.
I will read that on your recommendation. That will be the next book that I will read. I will definitely. We'll have a book. We should do that. We should have a book club. That's what we could do. Are you up for that, Rabbit? We read a book. Do a book club. You can pick the books.
I don't know. Rabbit is great at reading and spelling.
Yeah, maybe it's not your thing. To be fair. Red Dwarf is a good book. It is. I would definitely do a book review of that if someone was into talking about that. Because I was well into Red Dwarf when I was a kid. Oh my
Meth
god.
Fly. Meth Fly. That's a great name. Meth Fly.
Don't read those gay things. What's this from Buddy Boy Rabbit? Do you think you could find Ricardo's eBay game sales? Why?
I don't know.
Why
If I
would you
really
want to
tried
do
to find it,
that?
I don't really care that much.
Yeah, why would we want to do that? Who cares about
I don't
Ricardo's eBay
care.
game sales? What the fuck?
I don't really care what he does. I don't
Don't
care
give a
about
shit.
that guy. He's a loser anyway. Likes to
Did you
bitch
hear
and moan
Britney
about
Spears?
bullshit.
Did you hear Britney?
Apparently
She said
blocked me on
Alex
his channel. I don't really care. He apparently blocked me on his channel, so I don't really care anyway.
Oh, whatever. Fucking hell.
What a loser.
Exactly. I'm not even going to go into a tirade about him because I'll just save it for when I'm listening to his fucking bullshit. I just go on. I like literally watch like 1 second and I could go on for hours because it's just like every tiny bit has so many layers in it, and it's just all getting
Rabbit
tied up
coming in
so
hot.
quick. Pardon? It's like a cross section. You see a cross section and it's just like solid. You get this cross section of shit of all this stuff at that moment in time that he's trying to weave at that moment. You get that snapshot of him doing it, and it's like, I need to unpick all this before we get to the next one because he's so quick that he'll move on and we'll be on to the next bit. So if you're following the thread, then we've got to do it. And it's just absolutely crazy. That's why I don't do it very often because there's just so much in it. You don't have to. Such a smooth as a fucking burn.
Fucking burn. Book club. Hello, Dean. Stop dreaming. You should stop smoking weed. True. I agree with you, but you really should.
I'm going to have one more split because it's nice to talk to Rabbit Dude, but then I'm going to go and do something productive with my day. So I've got the day off. It's crazy.
You do? That's awesome.
Yeah. So I've just
That
got
sounds
to,
fun.
yeah. And I did have a good sleep. So I think today I'll probably focus on chores in the house.
That's cool.
But it's snowing. I might go out and see some people because.
Yeah, I don't have work on weekends, so.
Yeah, you're not doing much.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sweet.
Well, yeah.
What have you been up to?
No work on weekends, but yeah.
Working at the weekend.
No weekends.
No week. You don't do weekends. How are you settled? Are you settled in fully now? How long have you been there? A few months now, right?
Yeah, a few months. Actually, almost to a year. I think I've been about close to a year, actually.
Really? Oh wow, it's been that long. So you must be well settled in.
Yeah.
You're not the newbie anymore, I bet.
Yeah, I'll be going for about 2 years pretty soon. I was honestly, when it comes to jobs, I was going to stick to about 2 years. That's how I am with jobs.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I don't like going past like anything that's like. I don't like going under 2 years. That's kind of like how I like that. I was in that way.
That.
Unless I really like the job, I will stay longer.
Yeah. If you really, I mean, obviously, if it's a job that you can't stand, then it'll go a bit quicker, maybe. But in general, yeah, minimum of 2 years because you're not going to get the full experience of whatever it is you're trying to learn from that job.
True.
And then by that point, that's why the 2 year thing comes up, I think, because then you've learned everything you're going to get to learn from that, aren't you? And it's time to expand.
Are you quoting me? Volp? He's quoting me. Well, it is true. I actually had 3 jobs. Actually, Volp, I had.
Saying that you're one of the best. Look.
Hey, Volp, I've actually had 3 jobs. You don't know my 3rd job very much. I don't like talking about the 3rd job very much. It's kind of personal.
Okay, fair enough.
So technically, I had 3 jobs.
You have a lot on, yeah. Well, one of them is a paid post, and the other ones are.
It's kind of like a family business. I don't want to talk too much about it after that.
Okay, fair enough. That's interesting. See, that's a
Yeah,
bit
it's
of
a family
information
business.
that you don't factor
After
in.
that, I'm
You
not talking
call
too
him
much
a
about
lazy
that.
bum. You don't factor that in, do you? He's in his dad's newspaper shop sorting out the fucking paper rounds in the morning, Volt.
Yeah.
6 in the morning, he's sorting out the papers. You didn't know that, did you? Sorting out the cream eggs, lining them all up nice on the shelves, dusting the wine bottles in his dad's paper shop.
Okay. What was I saying in the chat?
It's just Volt giving you grief.
I know.
Gigolo. Dorshin's saying gigolo. Why are you saying gigolo, Dorshin?
I don't know. You're just saying
Calling
random
Rabbit
crap.
a gigolo.
Yeah.
Well, I'm watching the snow falling. I might do a little video out of my twig house. I've not been back in since the winter. It was really sad. There was one day when it got really, really cold, and we thought that the cats were going to die, and they didn't that day. The ones that were outside, I made the twig house, but it wasn't enough.
Actually, Volp, you're very wrong on that. It was paid, but it kind of was a paid job. But it was kind of like
family gigolo business.
But yeah, it really was a paid job.
Business. Well, you know, in Japan, and this is coming to us eventually, isn't it? Because, like you were saying
Tell us about different types of hentai rabbits.
You were saying about the bullies, you know, in speaking about Japan, yeah. But like you were saying about that bully documentary and how things are different and stuff like that. If you look at Japan, that's the future for us. That's what happens when you like download yourself onto fucking technology, right? And everyone is so separate and everything, and to the point now where it is legitimate that you go to Japan on a holiday and it's probably likely that you're going to hire someone to be your friend. And people do that. They just hire friends for the afternoon because it's easier than just having a real friend. They just hire people and pay them money to be there. It's like the family gigolo business, actual legit. Like just a guy who you just go and have your dinner with him. You just go and watch a football game with him, or you go watch
I'm not much in football.
Blue Jays.
I don't care.
No, but you do it. That's like a thing now. Like that, the Blue Jays thing is a thing in Japan.
Yeah. Can you recommend a website, Rabbit? I'll check it out. What website do you want me to tell you about? I don't know. I know I'm devastated, dude. Maybe you can get a passport. Actually, I do have. Actually, Volp, I do have a passport.
Well, you've got one up on me because I haven't got one at the moment because I sent it off and then I sent the old one and then I got a message from him saying it's on hold because the photo that I sent wasn't good enough.
My brother, basically everyone in our family has one.
Bastards. So they're
yeah,
waiting
we
on
have one.
the photo. Obviously, they didn't get me on the good side that day. I looked too ugly for the photo. So they need to get a new one. No, it's because I took the photo with, like, someone took the photo with their phone camera. But it said it was acceptable on the website. And it said it ticked all the boxes, but obviously not. So I've got to go to the post office or something and get them to do it old-fashioned style. But, like, I needed proper... Get a professional photographer to take my photo for the passport. But then I will. Then I'll have my passport again. But it ran out, so...
That's red fly rabbit, not me. What are you talking about, Volp? I'm confused.
Where would my next country would be that I'd want to go to? I'd want to go to Greece because that's where I was planning on going before I then banged my head and then my passport ran out. So it was like, I'm not going to Greece this summer. So that was that. So I probably want to do that to pick up where I left off because my kid was learning Greek on Duolingo and learning the Greek alphabet and stuff. So I thought it'd be really fun to go to Greece. Red Bull was a Volt. Were you? You think Red Bull's Volt?
Oh no! I know. I know it wasn't you, Volp. Did I say Volp by mistake? My bad. I meant to say red fly. Then I'm sorry. My bad. If I said your name by mistake, that's my bad.
It's early morning for you guys.
I know. I kind of flub the name sometimes. It's funny. Oh well.
Yeah. So I'm chilled out now. I've done my bit of ranting. We'll do part 2 of that at some point. It took long enough. Hopefully, Vic.
Okay. Okay. About photography, I've always thought of like a hobby thing than a professional thing. If I had a choice, because getting a job for photography might be kind of hard to get into.
No, it's not hard at all.
I've been a
professional photographer for money before. I've done it. I did it for about a year and a half. It was maybe 2 years. I did it. It was really easy. It's a 2-week training course, Rabbit. Get on it. Easy peasy. If you fancy it, it's a good job. I won't bother. You need to be good at sales, though. It's all about the sales. It's not about really being a photographer.
Oh, I know.
You just need to operate the machinery. It's fine. It's like McDonald's. It's just made so you can use it. But there was a bit of skill involved when I did it, because I got to see it when it changed over from analog to digital. That was so interesting. So I got to see the shutdown of 2 studios while I was there, and as they were changing them over to digital and moving stores and stuff. 'Cause it was in a department store, and it was doing all those family photos and stuff. So I got to see a very bit of the last bit of the old world of photos, and that was really cool. Using all the old technology, the massive old cameras and stuff, and learning how to use them all. And then you had to sell all the shots.
Good camera. If you're ever getting photography, a good kind of camera. The camera I actually have is called Canon. Those are really good cameras that you use for photography.
I can't remember what the rate was. It wasn't. I don't know what they were, but they were huge. We used to call them the long winder after Mighty Boosh, because Mighty Boosh was out at the time. So it was all the names had names from the Mighty Boosh on them. I can't remember what they were. But the grey leg man was the camera as well. But yeah, it really was. It was just like 3 oafs. Just 3 oafs in a room taking photos. No one really had much skill. It was about making the person feel comfortable, being able to get the best shots out of the kids, and all that. I suppose that's still there, but it's all digital now, so you get to choose your pictures beforehand. And I don't know how they restrict it now, but it was really weird. You had to buy the pictures before you saw them. No, you waited until they showed them, but you had to buy them at the time, or you didn't get to have them. But I used to tell everybody, don't worry. I was just like, at the end of the season or whatever, they'll be selling them all to you at a tenner a pop. Everyone that, and then I'd get loads of sales on that week, because everyone would be buying their photos at a tenner, and everyone would get their photos at a decent price then as well. I've very rarely sold sets at full price to people. I didn't want to do it. It was ridiculously expensive. It's like,
how expensive was it?
Thousands
of dollars. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it would have been in dollars. Yeah, it would have easily been. Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So like, I think for a sit-in and this is back in the day as well, sitting in a set of photos with like maybe 2 poses or 3 poses, a small amount of photos. The smallest package was like 80 quid, and that was bare mins. I think that was like 3 copies of 1 photo, and it was like 80 quid, and it was just like, it'd just go up and up. Do you know the ones I'm on about, Volp? So the only one from our country, and it was in a Debenhams, and in there, and Debenhams is shut down now, but but it was cool.
I have to go. See ya.
All right, see ya. Yes, it was cool. So photography is a good one, Rabbit. You can get into that. You just have to go and find a photo place that's in a department store, and they will have a very short training course. And if you can make the people feel comfortable, then you get to take photos of them. What an art portfolio. He knows better than me what an art portfolio is, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. For me, it's like the universe. It's the Akashic record. How deep do you want to go? You know what I mean? Shall we talk about the Akashic record? I just let it flow. I do have a bit of a portfolio on these guys. That's all I've got. But I'll tell you, it's very unorganised. I have to sit there and actually put effort into organising that, which is what I have to do before we do these collation streams, which I will do. But I'm going to get off in a minute anyway. What are we on? Oh, all right. How long has it gone on for? 4 hours. This is a long one. It's because I got to have a good sleep. Taking photos of kids. I think Rabbit would be good at that. I think he'd be good. I don't think he'd be very good at selling I don't think he would get on with like the bosses of those places because they're really sort of salesy type people. You know what I mean? They're like pushing the team for sales. They're just oafs as well, though. It's just people working in a fucking department store. You know what I mean? It was fun, though. I'm glad I did it. There was a bit of creativity in there. I remember doing some crazy fucking shots with some people. I remember when one of the studios shut down the first time, one of the area managers came in and she just loved her dog. She had a staffy. And B-Dog was a thing at the time. Do you remember the B-Dog website? And I was like, come on, we've got all these costumes. And they were just chucking them away. All the costumes that they had for the kids to wear when they're having their photos taken. She used to wash them. She used to take them home and wash them. So she came in to dress the dog up in all the costumes, and so we could take photos of the dog for her. They were right good. He was a fairy and stuff. Yeah, that sort of shit, and like decorating the background with all the like bits of material and the different lights and all that. That's all it was. But then the main job was selling it, really. And I don't think Rabbit would be as good at that. As I say, I copped out of it anyway. So what are people saying anyway? The Muppet was fantasising. Who are you talking about? Oh, Dorshane. Yeah, well, he seems to be carrying it on a bit. Yeah, he'd be good at taking photos bit, but I just don't think that the bosses of that sort of thing, and I think in the US it'd be even stronger, it'd be even worse. It's a bit twee in the UK compared to there. I'm just thinking of like, what's it called, Glenn Ross style photo thing going on, with Rabbit just in the corner being like, you want the set of steak knives? You know what I mean? I don't think that would go down well because I felt like all that, like selling the photos is what the fucking job's about, really. Nothing else. It's just a scam. It's a massive scam. I bet there's hardly any of those places anymore anyway, because you can just do it all online, can't you? You can just do it with your own phone. You don't need to do that. Yeah, the upsell. The frames, selling the frames and shit. It was all about that shit. I was glad to see it though from the behind the scenes and stuff, and I got to see how the department store operated. I worked in a department store another time as well, and when I worked in the bookshop, in like a discount bookshop, that was interesting as well. She caught me reading and reported me to the boss, and I was like, I just argued my case. I was like, well, I'm in the bookshop, I've done all the cleaning, I've done all the jobs. You won't let me have a till because this little concession stand, whatever, didn't have a till. You just had to stand there and say, oh yeah, you've got to go over there to them over there. That's what I did. And that was my job. And that was when I was raving as well, when I worked there. I think I told you, Red Bull, about the times when I used to have the magic Coca-Cola bit. I'd have like a bit of speed in it or something. Only a little bit to keep me going. I'd be going from the night before and I'd go to that job, and that was right above where the escalators were. So we were like, you know, really like dancing. Fucking out cleaning all them bookshelves because there was nothing else to do. And they just used to get pallets and pallets full of fucking books in. They had a tiny little cupboard to put them in. And that was the main job, is like working out Tetris style how you're going to fit all this product into the smallest little book corner in a department store while it still looks nice, and make it so people can see what books there are as the best way you can, and then working out how to Tetris it all in that tiny little book cupboard that they had. And it was just crazy, and how we managed to do it. And it was like, you know, a bit of a skill. It was quite fun, but like, you know, certain books I never want to see again because you just kept seeing them. Yeah, weird. But yeah, I got them to let me read the book. while I was there because I was like, well, it's part of the thing, isn't it? Reading a book at the bookshop. It's fine. It shows it's a bit of the ambience. And whoever it was in the place miles away didn't give a shit. Like Robert. Right then, anyway, I'll stop babbling on about nonsense now. And I'll let you all get off. But it's been a pleasure. It was very good of Vic to come and let me take over like that. I'm sorry, Vic. I'll be a better host next time, and I'll let you say more. And I'll not be so fucking rampant. But it's been a while, so I just had to say something, I think. Yeah, laters. Nice to see you, Chudders. Nice to see you, Red Bull and Dean. Have a reconcilable call. Yeah, I've not really got a problem with him. I'm just ragging him. Do you know what I mean? I'm just doing my normal ragging of buttocks. He's just acting all crying about it. So that makes me laugh. So I don't know what he wants me to do about it. I've got a song for him. I have got a song for him. So I will do it. I've been on about, honestly, I made it in like November. And it's honestly, there's been 2 times when buttocks has disappeared on us. When I've been like, oh, I'll put that song out. It's perfect. Now's the time. Vic knows I did it in like fucking September or something. And then he'll come back. And then I'll be like, oh, I'll wait for the next time he does it. You know, because he's like some classic avoidant, isn't he? So he just keeps disappearing. Well, to me he does anyway. Maybe not to you, because he's still knocks about with you guys sometimes, but yeah, he disappears and stuff. So I've got a song. I'll put a song on for him. It's buttocks, in it. It's just the same old shit. No problem. Really, he'll get some ribbing if I see him, obviously. But he would rib me, and has done in the past. And he got called to show his tits to me, didn't he? So he's still got that. So it's karma, just his karma. So if you're watching buttocks, I hope you come and see me sometime. All right then. See you later, guys. I'll end it now.